Convicted murderer Lori Vallow is in Phoenix, Arizona, preparing to represent herself in the charge of conspiring to kill her fourth husband, Charles Vallow, on July 11th,
Hello, everyone. I'll be
2019,
right
in
with
Chandler,
you.
Arizona. Her own defense.
Good morning, everyone. We are here for the very first day opening statements of the Lori Vallow Daybell Arizona versus Lori Vallow Daybell, the Doomsday murder trial. She is convicted 3 times already. My dog just went, moo. Once for unaliving her 7-year-old's adopted autistic son, JJ Vallow, and also her 16-year-old daughter, Tylee Ryan, and conspiracy to commit murder of her 5th husband, Chad Daybell's wife, Kathy Daybell. Welcome in, everyone. I'm going to just go ahead real quick and play the... Hopefully, I'll be right with you. I'm going to get you caught up here a little bit. This will go until noon. And then they'll take a 90-minute break, and then we'll be back from 1:30 to 4:30. But I'll stay on the whole time with you. Hello, June. Oh, my gosh, it's so good to see you. June, this morning I was going through because someone was worried that they couldn't leave a comment, and I saw your name in our blocked, and I couldn't believe it, my friend. I immediately unblocked you and told everyone in our morning live to please get a hold of you. So good to see you, June. And everyone, so good to see you. Okay, let me hide this right here. We have a new member, Misbehaving. Welcome. We'll see you at our reunions Saturdays, at 1 p.m. Eastern time. Hold on, something's weird's happening here.
Convicted murderer Lori Vallow is in Phoenix, Arizona, preparing to represent herself.
Hold on.
In the charge.
Oh, I'm glad we're trying this now. Hold on. So thank you, Tim. That's weird. Okay. Present. Share screen.
In Chandler, Arizona. Let me make sure you're your own defense lawyer. After all, what does she have to lose, really? 3 life sentences awaiting her in Idaho. Opening statements begin tomorrow, and Lori will be delivering the opening statements for the defense. Hit that notification bell. You will not want to miss this, as the pre-trial hearings have been reported as circus-like. And if you're not familiar with the case, I will catch you up along the way. Cults, conspiracy, sex, power, money, and many deaths occurred in the path of Chad and Lori Daybell, both convicted murderers. She escaped the death penalty, but Chad was not so lucky. Lori will not be wearing shackles as her own attorney. She will not be wearing her orange jumpsuit, but she will be wearing a shock vest under her civilian clothing, just in case she does something dangerous or illegal. Lori is charged with conspiring to commit the murder of her husband, Charles Vallow, 62. Her brother, now deceased, also shot Charles in an altercation he claimed as self-defense. Convicted of murdering her 7-year-old autistic adopted son, JJ Vallow, and her 16-year-old daughter, Tylee Ryan, in May of 2023, as well as convicted of conspiring to kill Tammy Daybell, her 5th husband, Chad Daybell's first wife. Wow. So buckle up as Lori steps into the spotlight. Let's remember the victim, Charles Vallow, just one of many who have lost their lives at the hands of the Doomsday mom killer and her cult leader husband, Chad Daybell. Hit that notification bell. We will stream the trial live together, watch it as a family, and I will also catch you up throughout with details on this horrific case of 2 missing and murdered children, 2 deceased spouses, and a family, 2 families torn apart from power, sex, and money. See you at the trial tomorrow. Talk soon. Gross commercial came on right after it, right? So that is the little intro that I made. Oh my gosh, I was talking to y'all for so long. I do that all the time. So we are going to watch the body cam. This trial is her defending herself, so you better believe she loves that attention. Center stage of the Circus Act. It has been reported to be circus-like. We are going to, it starts at 10:30, 4 minutes ago, but Court TV is showing it 30-minute delay per request of the judge. I was muted. Can you hear me now? Yep, that's me, June. Nothing's changed, and it's so good to see you, my friend. I have no idea what happened, but next time if something like that happens where you can't get your message in a chat or you think you're blocked, please email me because you're all very important to me, and things do happen. We hit wrong buttons, something like that. So this man, she met the cult leader at a conference in St. George, Utah. She separated from her husband. He ends up going to the home in Chandler, or was it Gilbert, to pick up, we're going to watch the body cam of him talking to the police later, to pick up his adopted 6-year-old son, JJ, 7-year-old son, JJ, and Lori's brother is there, Alex Cox. Alex Cox calls police and tells the police he has shot Charles Vallow in self-defense. When police come, he says Charles hit him with a baseball bat in the head, shows a very small injury, which later on alerts police because Charles was a baseball player, so if he was going to swing a bat, he would have done more damage in their opinion. Lori was home during this, and what she did was took him in the car, and they went to Burger King. It's just then after Charles was killed, she went and married Chad. Lots of people. The next trial, shortly, it's supposed to begin days after this one ends, is conspiracy to attempt to commit murder of her niece's husband, Brandon Bordeaux. He was driving in Phoenix, arriving at his home, and someone shot at his window in his car. His wife, who he is estranged from now, had also fled to Idaho with Lori. So this whole thing has just been unbelievable amount of bodies, all because of sex, money, power, cult, conspiracy. And it's just, Lori believed her children were zombies. That's why she had to kill them. She's also said no one's died. So it's just
crazy. Everything you want is there in a true crime story, but it's very sad because there's many victims. Let's go ahead and watch the body cam of when Charles Vallow, rest in peace, at 62 was killed, was telling police that he was worried about where his wife or where his children were, and that Lori Vallow, his wife, just wasn't acting right. Something was wrong.
So what's going on tonight?
I can't get in touch with my kids.
How old are your kids?
6.5 and 16. Okay.
How long have you been trying?
2 days.
Okay.
But she's lost her mind. I don't know how to say it. We're LDS. She thinks she's a resurrected being and a God. And remember the 144,000. She's come. Jesus is coming next year. She took all the money out of her bank account today. My truck has gone from the airport. She went to the airport and got it. I just flew in from Dallas. Houston and Dallas. So
where's your truck?
I don't know.
Okay.
A friend of mine's truck picked me up. I went to the CSI to file a report, which is the community bridges or something. File a report.
So you did the petition?
Yeah, they ordered a pickup.
Okay. What time did you do that?
Hour and a half ago.
Okay. So what makes her a danger to herself and to others?
She threatened me, murder me, kill me.
She threatened to murder you?
Yes. And she said,
how did she do that?
My bishop right there is in the car. He was on the phone with me today when she said, "I will have you destroyed." Is what she said there.
Okay, that's not a threat to kill you.
Yesterday was a threat to kill me.
Okay. What did she say yesterday?
She said, "You're not Charles. I don't know who you are, what you did with Charles, but I can murder you now with my powers."
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Says I'm gonna kill you too. Yesterday was
So she's speaking as a spiritual being.
She's not here. She's lost her reality.
Is this just all recent, or has it been going on?
It's been going on for about 4 or 5 years. It's gotten really, really bad lately. She goes to the temple every day and speaks with Moroni and Jesus Christ, and they tell her what to do. And now she came to her today, and last couple of days she says, "I'm not Charles. You're not Charles. You're Nick Schneider." I don't know where she gets his names from. She got all this stuff from these people in Utah who tell her how many past lives she's had and probation she's had. And she's was married to Moroni way back when, and she was also married to James the Just. And
okay, this is all foreign to me. So
it's foreign to me.
Well, I'm not LDS.
It's crazy stuff.
I know you're using LDS terms here.
But it's just
Okay.
she's nonsensical.
Okay.
And I haven't seen my.
Is he the older one or the younger one?
Young. He's 6.5 years old.
Okay.
Okay. I want to do this now. You've got a pickup order. Am I correct?
We do.
Okay. If she doesn't answer, what do we do?
If she doesn't answer, we can't enforce the order.
Can I break into my house?
Do you live here?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
My lease. I pay the lease.
Do you guys have any orders of protections against you?
No, we do not.
So no police reports?
No, nothing.
Okay. So how does she pose a threat to your children?
I don't know what she's going to do with them. I don't know if she's going to flee with them. She's going to hurt them.
You don't even know if she's here, right?
Today on the phone. I can't. All the cars are. The garage is closed. I don't know. She locked the garage door.
I know.
I haven't been up there yet.
I know. But what I'm hold on.
Sorry.
What I'm saying is, do you normally park 2 vehicles in the garage, inside the garage?
Correct.
Okay. So it's a possibility that her car and your truck are inside there?
I don't think she could fit my truck in her car at the same time. She may put them somewhere else. She said to me, "All your stuff is gone. Charles' stuff is gone. You're not Charles. Your stuff is gone." I don't know what that means.
And how long have you been trying to get in touch with the kids?
Since yesterday.
Since yesterday? Like last night or yesterday morning? Or?
I landed in Houston Tuesday about 10.
Okay. Why did you leave?
Business trip in Houston.
Okay. And when did you leave?
Tuesday morning about 5 a.m.
Okay. Tuesday. All right. Wow. It's
Wednesday night.
so you left yesterday.
Yeah.
You left yesterday morning.
Mhm.
Flew to Houston.
Mhm.
Flew back today.
Tonight.
Tonight.
She canceled my flight. She came to the airport, took my truck.
Did she tell you that?
No, she knows the code. She knows where it's parked. She went.
Did she go with you to the airport?
No, but I go to the airport. I fly 45 round trips a year. She
Okay.
knows where I park. I've got handicap plates because JJ's handicapped.
Uh-huh.
So,
Did you file a stolen
no,
vehicle
I didn't,
report
but
with
I
Phoenix?
know she took it.
How do you know? You
know,
suspect.
I suspect. Okay.
Okay.
I suspect.
All right.
I know your term. So,
Okay.
yeah. But
Without concrete evidence, we
no,
can't say
I
for sure.
suspect.
Okay.
And she has the keys, the code. It's a Ford, the door code.
Door code.
And I just want to see my boys okay. And she's got a pickup order. I need to go. She needs to go, and I'm gonna take my son.
So you normally live here?
Yeah, oh yeah, I live here.
Okay.
Yeah, all my stuff's in my house.
Okay.
We got a service dog in there, beautiful dog. My daughter's in the front window right there.
So let me ask you this: when you came back, why didn't you just go to the home?
Because she told me not to come near it. All my stuff is gone.
Okay.
I'm not stupid. She could have done anything.
Okay.
I thought this would be the best way to do it. With what she's gone through and what Gabe witnessed with me on the phone today, I thought it was best to have her. She's psychologically, she's gone. Something's happened to her.
How old is she?
30, 45.
45.
Beautiful
So,
woman,
so if we talk to her, is she going to be able to have a rational conversation with us?
oh, she will. I'm sure she will.
Okay.
Yeah, she's just. You
She'll
never know
probably
what she's
tell
gonna
me
do.
I'm crazy, huh? Is that what you suspect?
Probably. But
Okay.
you're a dark spirit. That's what she's going to tell you.
Okay.
Okay, I'm a dark spirit. Gabe's going to be. He's our bishop. He's going to be a dark spirit. Whatever that means. Okay, you're evil.
And you said this has been going on for like 4 years?
Well, it's to an extent, but it's gotten really bad the last several months. And I've been trying to ignore it because hoping it'll get better.
Is she on any medications?
No.
No.
She won't do medications. She's
Okay. Has she been to a doctor?
She won't go to the doctor because she's a translated being, and they would find out she's translated. She cannot be killed. She cannot die.
And that's what she thinks?
Yes.
Okay.
She
And she's
that.
been telling you that?
Yes.
Wow.
Okay.
He heard this, not just me. This isn't coming. I love her to death. This is killing me, officer.
Oh, I can understand.
Our 13th anniversary is next month. We've been at a great marriage. All of a sudden, the last month it just blew up.
Mm-hmm.
She just lost connection.
Okay. So has she made any statements about wanting to hurt the children or anything?
Today, she said with Gabe on the phone, come take the kids. I don't care what happens to them. Come take them.
Okay, but she didn't make a direct threat towards the kids.
No, not a direct threat.
Okay. And then she said that she would murder you through a spiritual.
No, she said, I can murder you.
I can murder you.
And
And she's talking in a
I will
spirit.
kill you.
Spiritual.
No, she's talking physically. I will kill you because you're not Charles, and nobody will care.
Okay. So she at this point doesn't think you are her husband?
She thinks I'm Mick Schneider.
Who's Mick
I
Schneider?
have no idea.
Okay.
It's the name she used. I don't know where it came from.
Okay.
I'm just like, I'm as bewildered as you are. This is so foreign to me. Normal people, as far as I'm concerned, but this happens. It just drives me. I don't know what to do. I need help, and she needs help. She needs help, and I'll go to bed. I got a lot of stuff to do tomorrow. I got to take my son to
And you
school,
just
take him
didn't want to go inside because of the statements that she made?
She took my car and I suspect she took my car and my keys. I have no keys to get in.
Oh, okay.
No garage door opener.
Okay.
She knows what she's doing. She took $35,000 out of our bank account today. I can't make payroll Friday for my company. She changed our bank account numbers. I had to change it myself to get back in, and I saw all the money's gone. I've got $7 in my name.
So, what's your first name again?
Charles.
Charles. Charles lives here with his wife and 2 children. Charles was away on
There's a
business.
third nephew upstairs. His name is Zach. He's 19. He's our nephew. He can stay with us.
Have you tried to call him?
Yeah, he won't call me back either.
Why won't he call you
I
back?
don't know.
Okay.
That's what I'm worried about. I hope they're okay, but I don't know.
It's valid. All right. So his question is, he lives here. There's no orders against either one of them. If we can't make contact.
If he wants to let us in, now we're doing a 670 check.
I don't know how to get in. I can have to break a window. I can try to
where I was going with this, he was in Houston on a business trip, and then he flies back in to Sky Harbor, and his truck's gone. He suspects that she went there and took the truck. He doesn't know.
Used my wallet in it, so
Right. So, all right. Is this house or the one with the flashing lights?
right there.
On the side of the road.
Oh, where those palm trees are?
And I can try the key code on the garage. I don't know if they changed it or not. I think I know the code. We just moved in January 1st. And Gabe Bonilla here lives right down the corner. He will tell you if he was on the phone with her today with me. I passed it in and she said all that stuff.
Does she have any inside the house? She does?
Right.
Does she know how to use
I
it?
don't know if she knows how to use it. I don't know.
Does it?
Really sad, isn't it? He was begging for help. We're about 10 minutes from them allowing us
You
to
have to have star power.
have views of the courtroom. Watch the trial begin. It will be opening statement.
You have an alarm system?
No. Oh, they changed it. Oh, there you go. Cards are all gone. She's gone. I don't know where my kids are. They're all gone.
Is there anything in her place in here like she might have taken off somewhere?
All 4 cars are gone.
Oh, you have 4 cars.
My daughter has one. Zach, our nephew, has one. I have my truck, and she has an Infinity.
Okay.
I don't know where my son is.
Who's the oldest?
You have the right to force entry, so.
Who's the oldest child?
Tyler, I have 3 in college, so they're gone.
Who lives here? That's the
Tyler is
oldest.
16. Zach is 19. He's our nephew. He's living here.
Okay. And you tried calling him?
Yes.
Why won't he
I
answer?
don't know. He
Okay.
won't answer. She's got him buffaloed too. I don't know what she told him.
Okay. And then
Back doors and everything.
There's back doors, but they're locked up. How's the
You
door?
already checked them.
Yeah. Well, I'm done. But there's a key to the, I gotta jump this gate to get out of the pool to go to the back door. I don't know what I did. Do I follow a report of my truck?
yeah, you'll have to call. It was at Sky Harbor, right? You'll have to call Phoenix Police, and they'll get all your information. You don't have a hidden key,
No, it's in the house.
so it's not hidden.
JJ can open it, but we have to push locks really.
Understand.
He's a lover.
So the dog is gone too?
Yeah, obviously, he could bark. He doesn't bark much. He's a service dog. Very well trained, but he would be barking. They wouldn't leave him here. He's a part of the family. So I'm gonna go try the back door. I may break the window. Is that okay?
It's up to you if you want to break the window. If I was going to break something, I'd probably break your garage door. But you can still secure your garage once your window's broken.
Okay, let me see if she can-
Just check the windows, and if it's not locked, come back. Or if it's locked, come back.
You'll be back. Emus can't help people customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Well, I'll be.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Just open that door.
That would be my suggestion. Is if you're gonna break something, break that door because you can still lock it in the garage.
You want to check your front door, make sure it's not unlocked?
If that gate is locked out of the drum, trust me, I know. It's just, it's there. So there's just a big deadbolt here.
All right. Well,
Kick it in.
Swift kick will do it.
I'd do a mule kick. Try that first. You got to get closer to the.
It's not easy to lift on TV, is it?
Oh, at least the deadbolt works.
Is that Charles kicking it or the law enforcement?
I'll give you my license, Gay, get out of here before you get that this late anyway. Gay, come on over. Draw one up. She's not in there. That's her house. See anybody in there?
I should drive out to that location and just take some photos. I'm not sure.
Get
I
the
should.
towel up, get my stuff out. I don't know where to get in.
I'm not sure if the back room is still there, but I'll check. We're about 6 minutes away from being able to join the trial. 13 men. Lori was involved in the jury selection. Not surprising. There are 13 men, in my opinion. She enjoys the flirting, the attention, the game with the men.
You don't have a dog door? You have a dog door?
Absolutely. Thank you, Ori Mac. Sorry about that.
She's taking my son. If he's not at school tomorrow, she'll report that.
Thank you, June.
He's special needs. I don't know what she's done. Nobody will call me.
You have any tools?
No. You guys want to try it? You're welcome to.
Normally we don't, but if we get hurt, but you want to try it?
How about it? You want us to enter the home, right?
Yes, please.
Door, police. Anybody in the house?
Okay. Right there.
Police department. Right there.
Yes. So this is a great question. And then we're going to go to Court TV because we have access in 4 minutes. Sassy, you asked a great question. How long after this for the children unalive do we know? This was in December. And in July of, now I want to get the years right because I always, by the time they're charged and everything, this was in December. And in July, he was unalive the following July, 2019. No. Hold on. Let me get the dates of Charles' death. I have it on my thumbnail. Hold on one second. So what happened is he was unalive first. The children were never reported missing, and I'm going to give you the dates. And what happened is they were reported missing. Hold on. I'm so sorry because I don't have the dates memorized, so I don't want to give you wrong information. And for those of you who've been following the case, I do have a timeline pulled up, but we don't have time to watch it right now. So let me just get you Charles. But I apologize that I don't have it all at the top of my head. July of 2019. So, okay, I was correct. He was shot. This is December of 2018. Okay, and then July of 2019, he was shot. And it's really interesting timing because, let me see. I want to explain one more thing. In September of 2019, 3 months later, JJ and Tylee disappeared, but no one knew that yet until December of 2019. Okay, they learned of JJ and Tylee's disappearance because she was ordered to produce them. Interesting, right? I wish that would happen in other cases. Then, in December of 2019, her brother Alex Cox died of natural causes, and he was the one who shot Charles, and they believe he was involved in JJ and Tylee's. Really unbelievable story. When I first saw the kids missing, I thought they didn't like the new stepdad and they ran away together. Things changed drastically from there. Yes, it did. Let's go ahead and get in there because they're about to let us in. I won't be commenting. I'll wait till lunch. I might comment in the chat, but I won't be stopping or saying anything. I'll take notes. During lunches at noon. And then at noon, what I will do is I will give you a quick recap before the trial begins again. And it's a 90-minute lunch. Okay, we're in. So I will be watching with you, and I might comment in the chat, but like I said, I'm not going to use my voice. I want us to hear this. I'll take notes. And then at noon, we have lunch for 90 minutes. And we'll probably take a break. Well, we will take a break. I'll stay on, of course, but I'll give you a little recap. And then we'll stay on for those who want to stay on, but we can all grab lunch. And then at 1:30, 90 minutes later, they will begin again till 4:30. So 4:30 is 7:30 Eastern time. So 3 p.m. Eastern time is when they're going to break for lunch. 4:30 Eastern time will come back. They'll come back until 7:30 Eastern time, if that helps. So we are just waiting for them to begin. It says here, and I do want to put up credit to...
Present, the jury's not present. I'm going to ask the state to approach and take a look at a letter from Juror 3's employer and pass it to the defendant when you're done. ahead and just give it to my courtroom assistant. Thank you. Juror 3 also called my staff last week after the jury was selected, and the impression I got is Juror 3 doesn't have a problem with jury service. Juror 3's employer has a problem with jury service. So because we're getting a little bit later start, I'll keep Juror 3 after into the lunch hour individually.
What if the lottery was on your phone? With real tickets, real winners.
Feel out that situation a little further, but we'll keep them on for right now. Please silence all phones. As I said, we are still missing one juror. As soon as those jurors all get here, we will proceed into the opening statements.
Judge, I did email the court staff about an individual, Brandon Boudreau, who would like to be present. He's in the courtroom currently. He has been noticed by the defendant back on March 6th as a potential witness. He has not been subpoenaed to date. He is here and would like to be present in the courtroom for the trial. I think that the court has previously allowed another witness that the defendant had also listed, reporter Nate Eaton, to be in this courtroom. The court had indicated that if these individuals were not subpoenaed, that the court would look at precluding them. It has been over a month since she has noticed him. He has not been subpoenaed. He is a victim in another case against this defendant. I'm asking that he be permitted to remain in the courtroom today.
All right, let me hear from the defendant.
Your Honor, our subpoenas were with OPDS, so I do not have any. We're looking for some confirmation for when those went out.
Well, is this a witness that is, first of all, have relevant information and likely to be called as a witness?
Yes.
What's the relevant information?
There's several things, but he will be called to talk about things that he was involved with my husband during that time.
Well, has the state interviewed this witness? Or potential witness?
Not with regards to this case. I don't know what he will be called to talk about things means. So I would like a little more information as to what the relevance is of this witness.
He has to have relevant information, which, as I've said, is testimony that makes a fact more likely or less likely. That's an issue in the case. So what fact would he testify about that make it more likely or less likely? Can you give me some sort of specific information that you would expect him to testify to?
Yes, Your Honor. His communications with my husband up to the date of his of this incident.
What would those communications be? And how are they not hearsay?
They're his communications with my husband. That's how they're not hearsay.
Okay, and what type of communications?
phone calls, text messages.
I meant what substance? Can you give me some idea of the relevant information that he would provide to the jury that would help them make a decision?
Without giving away my entire defense.
Well, we don't just get to call witnesses that, you know, are going to testify about, we talked about the weather that day, you know, so you do need to give me some sort of information about what his anticipated testimony would be.
Well, his relevance in coming that day to do an intervention on me with the family.
Is this witness, Mr. Bardreau, is in the courtroom?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
All right. All right, let's go on sidebar.
While they are in sidebar, I will just explain to you. She has a witness list, Lori does. She had Nate Eaton from Idaho, the reporter, on it. And what happens is if she has, and I wish I had taken a picture of the door where it says if you are a witness, but I'll go back and I'll take pictures. But what happens if you're on the witness list, you can't sit in the trial. Nate Eaton got permission. I think they struck him from the witness list, but he can be in the trial, but he gets to be there. So now Brandon Bordeaux is the nephew, or is Lori Vallow Daybell's niece's husband, now estranged. She fled to Idaho with Lori to Rexburg when she went to be with, and Alex Cox, her brother, when she went to be with Chad Daybell. He was shot at, not killed, as approaching his home in his car, and he believes all these were related even before they knew they were. And now the next trial is Brandon's trial, the conspiracy to attempt to kill Brandon Bordeaux. Now he's in the room, even though she has him listed as a witness. Now the judges wanted to know, he wants to stay there. Well, the judge is saying, you need to tell me the relevance of the information he could give the jury. And that's why he would be on the witness list. So there, she said, well, without giving away my entire defense, she's very argumentative. If you watch the Dateline interview, you know what we're in store for. She was something else. And so now they're having a sidebar, trying to determine if Brandon Bordeaux, being a witness in this trial, before his own trial that she's also a defendant in, is it relevant information, or can he stay in the trial and not be considered a witness? And that's what they're arguing right now in sidebar. She's not allowed to get up and move freely. Nice. Now, Sassy, she's able to, how are they passing evidence? How is she allowed to pass evidence? I was going to look that up. Is she passing it to the officer who's handing it over? Is there something like that? Austin said if he has that much info, he should have been deposed. Well, and that's the thing they say when you're representing yourself. There's a lot of things you don't know how to do. So you're often doing yourself a disservice. I've heard it could take longer because she's representing herself. And I've heard from others it may go quickly because she's representing herself. So we don't know. We will see. She has nothing to lose. She has 3 life convictions in Idaho, was extradited here for these. By the way, the sentence for conspiracy to kill in Arizona can be up to, well, is punishable life in prison with parole, possibility of parole, but not until you've served a minimum of 25 years of that sentence. So that's what she's facing here. And like I said, she has, in my opinion, nothing to lose, but I believe she's trying to appeal Idaho as well. Now, she dodged the death penalty. And the only reason I'm talking is because they're on sidebar. She dodged the death penalty in Idaho, where Chad Daybell, her husband, also convicted of JJ, 7-year-old JJ, 16-year-old Tylee, and his first wife's murders. He got the death penalty in Idaho. And we all know after Brian Koberger was arrested, they shortly after instated the firing squad in Idaho. So Chad Daybell is possibly will face the firing squad in Idaho. Utah's been doing it for a long time, but Lori will not. And I have a feeling we're going to have a lot of sidebars because Lori doesn't know all the legal rules, right? So, and yes, someone said the judge is being very patient, and I heard.
Enjoy year-round sunshine and an active lifestyle at our vibrant Arizona resorts. With endless activities and amenities, you'll find fun and friendly faces every day. New homes available. Call us today for a tour.
Have you heard about Patriot Software's accounting and payroll?
Now she has one surviving child, Colby Ryan, who was the oldest of hers. And he has a podcast called Scar Wars. And he talks about his mother. And the family also has a podcast called Silver Linings, some of the family members. So heartbreaking and now really interesting because she is going to be cross-examining witnesses, right, for the prosecution. Now, That means family members, such as Kay Woodcock, who is the grandmother of little Joshua. Okay? The grandpa is Larry Woodcock. So Kay will be taking the stand. She is there. And Lori will be cross-examining her. Now imagine. This family. Charles is gone. Your grandson JJ's gone. Tylee's gone. Alex Cox is natural causes. Chad Daybell's wife is gone. All of these hurts, and they get on the stand, and the person that is already charged with many of those deaths is the one who gets to cross-examine you. That's uncomfortable, right? But it is her right to do so. And I don't even know if she's doing herself any favors doing so, but I do know she loves the attention. So thank you, Sassy. She's not allowed to get up. She does have a shock vest under her civilian clothes. She is not in shackles. Austin said if he has that much info, he should have been deposed. Yes. She's been very argumentative about everything with the judge, and he has been very patient. And I'm sure that so down the road, it doesn't come up, to bite him that he wasn't. I don't know the legalities of what could or would, but I'm sure he's covering himself, making sure that he's giving her every opportunity of a fair trial. What's interesting is she going to take the stand? Now, she has counsel helping her. She is the lead in the defense. Welcome in to everyone in here. Thank you for joining me. Hi, Jules to Callie. Hello, West End. All my mods who are here, thank you. Roller Girl. She is representing herself, Roller Girl. And she's something else. I had responded to Kay Woodcock's Instagram, X. Because she was talking about having to come out here, Phoenix, Arizona. And I said, yes, she will be the star of her own circus. And she's taking center ring. And she gave me a thumbs up on it. They're not real happy that she didn't just plead guilty and stop dragging the family through all of these trials. But she believes that they are superior beings or whatever, and no one was killed, and people will understand once they know the full story, and that she's very good friends with Kathy Daybell, Charles's first wife, who they are convicted of killing, and that she comes to her in her cell every day. I mean, it's just heartbreaking. And you know who I feel really heartbroken for? Colby Ryan, the son. He loved Tylee. And when they adopted JJ, he fell in love with JJ. He said he would wake up in the night and just go peek at him to make sure he was still breathing. Did you hear in the video with Charles, when he was the body cam video with the police, that he said, and they said there was a lock on the gate, and he said, because JJ's autistic, he said he's a runner. So good for them for having locks, right? I am watching a video that was sent to me regarding our other case that we have been looking at. I look forward to sharing that with you. A lot of information. Interesting. So someone said, I heard she could stand at a podium. Now, see, I heard that too. I think originally, did he say she couldn't get up, but then he said she was allowed to move to the podium? Well, I guess we'll see, right? What crap in my leg? Yes, misbehaving. She does. Thank you. I thank you for saying that. She is the lead, but she does have another attorney with her, assisting. She does believe her and Chad will be exonerated because they haven't done anything wrong. Roller Girl, you're working and listening? Well, I'm honored. Thank you. That's very nice. You think the ladies called her counsel? Thank you, Sassy. West End's opinion is they'll cuff her ankle, even though she's not shackled. They are fighting June, and I love them too. I do. I think that the Woodcocks are amazing people, good people. What's really interesting is when, before I ever had a channel, and this case was going on, and they showed Larry on TV, he looked so familiar to me, and I don't know if I've seen him around Arizona, bump restaurants or whatever, but he looked very familiar to me. So we're probably waiting because she's either learning, they're helping her learn the process, or what can or cannot happen, or she's arguing. She's going to take this all to lunch, isn't she? And remember, the longer she drags this on, she's out of her cell. Her lifetime home is a cell. So this is amazing for her to not be sitting in a cell. So the longer she can drag this on, in my opinion, she will. And the next one as well. Oops, sorry. Let me turn that off. Apologize. We are waiting for a sidebar regarding whether or not Brandon Bordeaux will be allowed to remain in the courtroom. Brandon is a witness on Lori Vallow's list, and witnesses like Nate Eaton. Nate had to have a hearing to be able to be taken off of it, which they must have deemed he didn't have relevant information at the time, but he is allowed in the courtroom. I believe she didn't want him in there. She was saying that he had information because he had interviewed everyone involved in the case. So she was going to call him as a witness, but he will be in the courtroom, will be able to report. And I believe it's called Rule 17. No, that's the motion. Let's see here. That's a different one. There's a rule if they're a witness, they can't be in the courtroom. So he's trying to get his name off that witness list so he can be in there. He is a victim of Chad, alleged till the next trial, victim of Chad and Lori as well, possibly Alex Cox, her brother, who died of natural causes 2.5 weeks after he got married. Very fishy, in my opinion. And the very same month, they determined Tylee and JJ were missing. So a lot going on. He wants to be in there. She wants him on the witness list. He is the person she is being charged of conspiring to attempt to kill in the next trial. But he wants to be in there. And we will see. I have a feeling this is just right up her alley. TikTok, right? Ooh.
I'm pro baller Lonzo Ball, and some people say I got big hands.
Conspiracy to murder her fourth husband, Charles Vallow, 62 years old. Seemed like a very good man. That body cam footage is heartbreaking. To know he's 5.5 months later. Six and a half months later, no longer with us, shot and killed. They are in a sidebar determining if Brandon Bordeaux, who was also shot at, attempted killing, the next trial, is in the courtroom and wants to remain there, but he is on Lori's witness list. The rule being you can't be in the courtroom if you are on the witness list. So he is trying to get removed from the witness list and remain in the courtroom, and the judge they are in a sidebar trying to determine if indeed Lori is calling him because he has relevant information to the jury that will assist in their decision. She says she can't talk without giving away her entire case. So they are on a sidebar. We could. You guys are funny. So they did not report the kids missing. The Woodcocks requested a well check. And they couldn't find the kids in Rexburg, Idaho. They were searching. They said that JJ was in Arizona. He wasn't. Said he was with a friend. They were searching for the kids and found out, well, they gave her an order, found her in Hawaii because she and Chad got married in Hawaii, found them out in Hawaii. Imagine, found them out in Hawaii on the beach, walking around, having a great time, and gave her an order to produce the children. I wish they would do that in every case where the last person, if they, needs to produce the children kind of thing, right? If they suspect anything. Or if they don't report him missing, like this. So she did not produce the children. She was brought back from Hawaii to Idaho. And they thus then found out that the children had been missing since September. Kylie first, then JJ, with much more detail that I could give you, and we'll do that. I'll fill you in as we go. This morning we went over the body cam footage of Charles. and I will recap at lunch, and tomorrow morning I'll give you another piece of the story. We'll probably go over the timeline tomorrow before court, so 10:30 tomorrow as well. And we'll go over the timeline and then recap at lunch. We may not have much to recap today at lunch. Lunch is in 27 minutes already. I just ate breakfast. Prayer warrior, I agree. It could take a long time because we're dealing with they're probably providing her knowledge and processes. She's arguing those. Ooh, West End cooked tea, yum. Yes. Let me look, Sassy. They believed the children to have been gone since September 9th and September 23rd. Although it was in December, they realized they were missing. When they found them, hold on 1 second. What was your question? Let me see. They were living in your hometown when they reported JJ missing? Are you in Arizona, Show Poodles? Oh, Lake Charles, Louisiana. Okay. Let's see here. There was a question I was going to answer for you all. Oh. I'm glad everyone who wants to be there can be there. Yes, someone asked a really good question. I'm trying to find it. Roller Girl, you are spelling it correctly. Thank you. You are very welcome, Jen and Georgia. I'm happy to host the family. I think it's good to watch this as a family. We learn also what we can bring to other cases, right? Because remember, this included a missing children's case. I think they're about to begin. Maybe. Oh, it was Sassy's question. Thank you. Hold on. So in December of 2019, Kay Woodcock and Larry asked for a well check. By January 30th, Lori misses the 5 p.m. deadline to produce the kids to the Idaho Department of Health and Welfare in Rexburg, Idaho. Okay. So let's see here. There's so much in this case. I'm just trying to get the exact dates. I will read this whole timeline to you as well at lunchtime if you want to. They were found June 9th. So they were found June 9th. So really it was 9 months after they disappeared that the kids were found, Sassy. Sorry that took me so long. It is a long timeline, and I will read it to you. Maybe that's what we can do for lunch if you want to. Oh, thank you, June. Avondale Mama, she is defending herself. And yes, she loves to be that center of attention. And she's got nothing to lose. What she can do here is control the time, stretching it out, right? So she has less time. You know, it's fun being out of yourself. She really thinks she's done nothing wrong. She thinks they're going to be exonerated, that no one was killed. She thinks the kids were zombies. She was calling her husband, Charles, whom this trial is about, by a different name. Thought someone had taken over his body. I mean, we heard him on the body cam telling police this. It's just wild. And imagine, you know, in the beginning, police are looking at him like, you're kidding me.
It's
you know,
seriously,
like,
it's Ice-T.
like he was the one. And then the more he went,
Those with Robinhood Gold can enjoy a 3% IRA match. Tremendous.
I don't know how she's considered sane either, but they had to do, Arizona had to do an evaluation and say she was competent to stand trial and defend herself. So she passed the muster. I agree, misbehaving. If he had been taken seriously, if they'd done something at that point right there, whatever could have been done, I'm not law enforcement, I don't know. But we might have 2 children, a husband, maybe another wife. You know, we don't know what it could have done, but people could have been alive, just like Gabby Petito. If the Moab police maybe had done something differently, taking Gabby's tears and fear seriously, we would have probably had a very different outcome. But in my opinion, they were charmed by Brian. Yes, it's a very strange religion. They believe, well, just the whole apocalypse and zombie that they believe in. And they believe that they're, what did they say? She said they are going to rule, or they're superior beings, she and Chad. And telling you, it's been said that she manipulated him with sex, and he manipulated her with power. And they manipulated a lot of other people. So I think they're going to take us right to lunch, aren't they? Oh my gosh, show poodles. You've had raccoons, skunks, possums, squirrels, rabbits, cats, and horses. Amazing. I love animals too. Yes, Avondale Mom, I agree. This isn't religion. This is a cult. When you use a religion to excuse taking people's lives, it's not a religion. It's a cult. It's a deranged following, in my opinion. Thank you, Miss Behaven. She believes she is part of the 144,000. That's right. I remember her saying something like that. That will be raptured to bring the new church to Christ when the Antichrist is running things. Thank you so much for sharing that. They originally, and then Prayer Warrior says, they originally said, is Minnie Panthers here, by the way? Hi, Minnie Panthers, if you're in the house. I just thought of that because she came in. They came in when I was watching, when we were actually watching. They originally said they were going to usher in the 144,000 back in July of 2022.
Text messages or some information to provide to the court that shows he does in fact have relevant information, he might be called as a witness. But so far, the court can't find that that Mr. Boudreau has any relevant information to this case. Therefore, Mr. Boudreau struck again without prejudice from the witness list. He can remain in the courtroom. We're going to bring the jury in. The other matters that were raised by the defense, we'll talk about at another time when the jury's not waiting.
Here we go. I'm going to mute. So you all know the jury has been seated, sworn. That was last Tuesday. And there are 13 men. I'm sure Lori was involved in her selection, her own jury selection. And I'm sure that has a lot to do with why there's 13 men on this jury. She loves to try and dazzle the men. So we will see what will happen. 13 men, 3 women. Twelve will deliberate the verdict with 4 alternates. Yes, she does think she's going to flirt. She thinks they're going to all be dazzled into a not guilty. Show Poodle said, where did she receive the money to pay standby counsel? Let me Google that. Oh, I just closed my, oh, darn it. Oh, there. Okay. I don't want to close that timeline. I want to, here, let me make sure I get the timeline marked. We will go over the timeline during lunch. We'll grab lunch, come back and go over the timeline. Okay, let me see. Looking it up. See if it discusses it.
By a witness who has been sworn in and is answering questions from the witness stand. Therefore, it is important to remember that what is said by both the prosecutor and the defendant in opening statements and later in closing arguments is not evidence. The purpose of an opening statement is to help you prepare for anticipated evidence. The state can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are you going to use, yeah, put a mic over there.
So I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple days. Mel, too. She can't go to Utah. They're planking some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and secure it. Lots to do. Thanks for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. Lori Daybell, the woman seated over here, wrote this to her brother, Alex Cox, on July 9th of 2019, 2 days before they killed Charles Vallow. But to understand why this is so meaningful, why this is relevant, you have to understand the context. So let's talk about it. In July of 2019, Lori Vallow was married to Charles Vallow. Lori Vallow lived here in Arizona, Chandler. Charles Vallow lived in Texas. In July of 2019, Lori Daybell was Lori Vallow, married to Charles Vallow. In July of 2019, Lori Vallow wanted to be Lori Daybell, wife of Chad Daybell. And in July of 2019, Lori Vallow wanted to keep the same lifestyle that she had with Charles. And she could get all of this if Charles was dead. She could marry Chad Daybell and become Lori Daybell. She would get a $1 million life insurance policy from Charles Vallow. She would get Social Security for herself and their son, JJ, as a child of a dead spouse. And all of this would be true if Charles Vallow was dead. So what about Nephi? Well, Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, and Alex Cox all believed that those who disagreed with them were dark, possessed by evil spirits, sometimes called Z's or zombies. Sometimes they had names for these evil spirits like Ned. Lori, Chad, and Alex used religion, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and a story of Nephi, a prophet, who was directed by the Holy Spirit to kill Laban, to obtain brass plates and secure the long-term prosperity of Nephi's descendants. Lori used this religion and the story of Nephi as justification to kill Charles Vallow, just like Nephi killed Laban. On July 9th of 2019, Lori Vallow invoked Nephi when she messaged Alex to provide them with that religious authority to kill Charles. After months of trying to get rid of him, they were finally ready to be like Nephi.
We really tailor our estate plans to be affordable and simple for the average everyday person. Most people don't have millions upon millions of dollars.
Chad Daybell. You will learn that in November of 2018, that Chad Daybell came to Arizona for a Preparing the People conference. And he and others stayed at Lori and Chad's house. Charles was actually out of town with JJ. Lori and Chad acted as if there was nothing between them, but nothing could be further from the truth. By January of 2019, Lori Vallow claimed that Charles Vallow was possessed by an evil spirit that she called Ned. You will see text messages where Lori and Alex refer to him as Ned. During this trial, you're going to hear from some women who initially were close in Lori's circle. These women will tell you they met her through the Preparing the People conference. They are spiritual women within the LDS church. And initially they found Lori's spirituality infectious. But the more they listened to Lori, the more they started to find concern with what she was saying. One of them called it red flags. Lori began saying things like she didn't need to repent, that she was beyond that. And you'll hear from these women that that goes against everything that their religion follows. Everyone must repent. You will hear from Serena Sharp that in March of 2019, she attended a girls' weekend with Lori and some other women. They went to the temple, they had lunch, they did volunteer activities, and then Lori asked them to do something a little unusual. She told them that her husband was possessed by an evil spirit, and she referred to that as Ned. She told them that Charles was no longer in his body. She asked them to come together and try to cast out this evil spirit. Serena will tell you that she didn't ask Lori what would happen to Charles if that evil spirit went. She only knew that she had said Charles was already gone. She didn't know if he would come back or his body would just die. Later that month, on March 26th of 2019, Alex Cox texted his sister, Lori Vallow, and said, quote, "Ned is still alive, just confirmed." Lori responded, "It's not Ned. It's a new one. Ned is gone. No one has seen him, right? Just talk to him, question mark." Alex said, "Correct. Charles' body is alive." "What did you learn, question mark?" And Lori responded, "A lot. Still working on it. We'll call you later." As the year went by, Lori and Alex became more determined to get rid of Charles Vallow's body, whatever they wanted to call him. You will hear from Christina Atwood that she attended a gathering on June 9th of 2019. Again with Lori and some close friends, but this time Alex Cox attended. This was the first time she had met him. Christina will tell you that she heard Alex say that he just wanted to kill Charles. In fact, she heard him say this a couple times. And she heard Lori say in response that she had been drugging Charles, crushing up JJ's pills and putting them in Charles's protein drinks. Christina will tell you she was so disturbed by this that she actually went and confronted Lori the next day and told her that if Charles ended up dead, she would have to go to the police. That's how disturbed she was. It was all a joke. What else could she say? But 1 month later, Alex and Lori created that situation to be like Nephi and killed Charles. What about Charles? You're going to learn that Charles and Lori had been together for a long time. They had adopted one of Charles's family members' children, JJ. JJ was everything to Charles. JJ was the reason Charles and Lori were still together. You'll learn that Charles knew about Lori's beliefs, that he was called Nick or Ned or some name. You will learn that Charles told a lot of people about this. And on February 26th of 2019, Charles made a big decision. He had a $1 million life insurance policy, and his wife, Lori Vallow, had been the beneficiary. He changed it. He changed it to his sister, Kay Woodcock. You will learn he did not have to notify Lori about it, and she had no idea. You'll learn that Charles desperately wanted to bring Lori back to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. You will learn that he was close with Lori's brother, Adam, and he was reaching out to him during this time period. You will hear from Adam. Adam will tell you that he himself had heard the defendant say things that were outside the LDS religion, that she was translated. Charles was possessed. He knew she was no longer following the LDS faith. Then, June 28th, Charles found out that Lori and Chad were having an affair. You will hear that he reached out to Lori about it, Chad's wife, and out to Adam Cox about it. Now you're going to hear about a lot of these things because the police executed numerous search warrants. You're going to hear that they executed search warrants on cell phone records, cell tower records, and iCloud accounts. You're going to learn that an iCloud account is basically a service through Apple where you can store everything, photos, emails, documents, whatever you want. This can be intentional, or sometimes it can be unintentional. Your phone or your computer may be saving items there without you even realizing it. You'll learn that for years, Lori Vallow had an iCloud account that was loriforstyle@icloud.com. But after Charles learned about Chad Daybell on that June 28th, she created a new iCloud account, lollytime@icloud account. Many of these text messages between Lori and others that you're going to hear about at trial were recovered from those two iCloud accounts. You're also going to learn about Charles's cell phone. The police eventually recovered it, and they were able to extract the data, look at the messages and things that had been in there. And you're going to learn about those text messages with Adam Cox from July 9th through the 11th. You're going to hear from Adam that they were talking about an intervention, about maybe recording Lori, saying these things and taking those recordings to the stake president, or just confronting the stake president about it. They didn't have an exact plan, but on July 9th, Adam agreed to fly to Phoenix to help try to talk to his sister, talk to the stake president, get her back into this faith. Ultimately, Adam flew to Phoenix on the 10th, as did Charles. Adam will tell you that he actually, when he got his reservation on the 9th from Charles, reached out to his brother, Alex. He asked to stay with him. And Alex said, sure. You'll see phone records. They had a conversation about it. But when Adam flew into Phoenix on the 10th, remember, that's after that message by Lori that he needed to stay close to her. Adam tried texting his brother. Adam tried calling his brother, and Alex didn't respond. Adam didn't know that his brother Alex had been summoned to help his sister Lori be like Nephi, that it was time to kill Charles. The text messages from Lori to Alex about that intervention that she knew about and being like Nephi show that by the evening of July 9th of 2019, Lori knew that Charles was trying to have an intervention. An intervention. In that text message, remember, she said they are trying to have an intervention. She knew it was Charles and others. She also told her brother he had to stay close for the next couple days because she knew that she was going to be seeing Charles on the 11th when he came over to pick up their son, JJ, to take him to school. She told him, "It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you." A few minutes after Lori had texted Alex that message on July 9th that they were going to be like Nephi, Alex called his sister Lori, and they talked for over 56 minutes, planning how they were going to get rid of Charles. Alex would stay close with his gun, and he and Lori would be like Nephi. July 10th of 2019 is a day before Charles was killed. We know from text messages that by 7:18 p.m., Alex was already at Lori's house. He brought a garbage bag with some clothes and an orange duffel bag with his .45 caliber handgun and 2 extra magazines of ammunition. He was prepared. We also know that the evening of July 10th, Charles sent a message to Lori letting her know that he would be over at 7:30 a.m. the next day to pick up JJ, to take him to school. Lori and Alex knew exactly when this murder would happen and where it would happen. They just had to make sure that Charles stayed in the house. You'll hear that on the evening of July 10th, Charles spent his last night alive on a date. He had been on
Specialized cancer care. At Ironwood Cancer and Research Centers, we offer advanced precision treatment.
You will hear that she had talked to him and texted him for hours. Sometimes they would talk for 3 hours on the phone. Nancy Jo will tell you that Charles told her about everything of his relationship, his wife's beliefs, everything that was going on. And he had told her about this change to the beneficiary of his life insurance. She will tell you it sounded like a lot of drama, but she still was interested and wanted to meet this person, and so they met that evening for dinner. She'll tell you that she understood on the 11th that Charles would be picking up his son, that he was actually going to meet a realtor about finding a place to rent here so he could be closer to JJ, and that he was going to try to get in touch with Adam to meet up. And then they were supposed to meet later in the day. She will also tell you that she actually told Charles, kind of joking, but in a way to end the drama, "Why don't you just tell Lori that you changed the life insurance policy so she knows it's not her?" Nancy Jo will tell you the next day, she texted Charles. She called him, and she actually thought he had ghosted her. She didn't know he was dead until a few months later when she saw something on the news, a photo of him, and actually learned that he had been killed on July 11th. So let's talk about July 11th. That morning, Lori Vallow was up early and she was texting with Chad Daybell. You'll learn that we do not have those text messages. They were not saved in the iCloud, but we have them from the phone records. Alex was already at Lori's house with his gun, and everyone knew that Charles was a punctual person and would be there around 7:30 to pick up JJ so he could get to school. You're going to learn that, like many people, Charles had left his GPS data locating service on his phone. So that means when his phone is moving around, it was constantly documenting with GPS the location of the phone. During this trial, you're actually going to see this data mapped out. You'll be able to see Charles come to the house, and then you're going to see his phone leave with the defendant and what she does all day with it. What we know is that Charles arrived at Lori's house at about 7:35. He texted Adam Cox and told him that Alex, or Al, is here. You'll see from photos that Alex's truck was parked in the driveway. Adam responded, "Really, I wonder why he never called me back." Charles didn't respond to that. Adam then texted, "They're planning something." And Charles responded, absolutely. Adam told Charles, I was supposed to spend the night at his house last night. She probably blocked that. Charles told Adam, what you do is up to you. Adam then told Charles he was going to reach out to Alex and ask him to come get him and see what Alex would do. And in fact, he did text his brother. You'll learn that Charles read that text message from Adam, but he didn't respond. Adam sent one more text message to Charles at 7:49 a.m. on July 11th. He told him that he and his son were going to go play basketball at 8 p.m. to look for a specific church leader who was usually there and have a conversation with him. Charles Vallow never read that message, but you will learn that Lori and Alex did. Charles went to the front door of 5531 South Four Peaks Place, a house that he had rented for his wife, Lori Vallow, a house that he paid for. Charles would have had to knock on the door, alerting Lori and Alex that he was there. He got JJ, put him out in the car. And then Lori Vallow created the reason to keep Charles from just leaving with JJ. Lori Vallow wanted to stop this intervention. Lori Vallow wanted to stop Charles and Adam from trying to take her temple recommend away. Lori Vallow, who wanted to be Lori Daybell, and Lori Vallow, who wanted Charles's money. So Lori took Charles's cell phone, and she refused to give it back. Lori Vallow, or Lori Daybell, whatever name you want to call her by, is why Charles didn't just leave with JJ that morning. Lori Vallow is why Alex was able to shoot Charles. Lori Vallow is why Charles is dead. So I want to tell you a little bit about the scene, this house, so you can understand what's happening here. When you walk in the front door, there's a big room. It was empty, no furniture. There were mirrors on 2 of the walls, windows on a 3rd wall, and the 4th wall had doorways going into the kitchen and a hallway off to the bedrooms. This is where Charles Vallow was killed. This is where Alex Cox shot him 2 times. The first shot to Charles Vallow was to his chest. It exited out his back. Charles Vallow fell to the ground. He put his left hand to this wound, and blood transferred onto it. You will hear from the medical examiner that this shot went through his heart, and that a person can take seconds to up to 2 minutes to die from that type of wound. You will hear that a person can still talk and move after they're shot in the heart. And we know Charles was able to move since he put his dominant left hand on his chest and transferred that blood to his hand. You will see that. As Charles lay on the floor of 5531 South Four Peaks Place, Alex Cox stood at his feet and fired a second shot. That shot entered his abdomen, and it exited his left shoulder. The angle was significantly upward. Dr. Baumgartner, who is the medical examiner, will tell you that this wound was shored. You will learn that shored means that there was something hard behind that wound. So when the bullet exited it, it caused a different tearing pattern than the other wound that exited Charles's back. It is this shored wound, this exit on Charles's left shoulder, that shows us that there was nothing accidental about this second shot. You will learn from the cell phone that at 7:49, Lori left Charles's house, or left her house with Charles's cell phone, his wallet, his rental car, and JJ and Tylee. She drove to Burger King, Walgreens, dropped JJ off at school before she and her daughter Tylee drove back to the house. During this time, while Lori is driving around in Charles's car with his phone, she spoke with her brother Alex twice. The first call was at 7:52 a.m., 3 minutes after she left. The second call was at 8:06 a.m., 17 minutes after she left. You will hear that when Alex and Lori are talking, neither of them had called 911 yet. In fact, you will hear that Alex didn't call 911 until 47 minutes after Lori left. Charles Vallow lay dead on the floor of that house for 47 minutes before he called 911. During this 47 minutes, Alex began staging the scene and making mistakes. You're going to learn that the police found a bat that was located on the right side of Charles to the north of his head. Like he had been holding it, and when he was shot and fell, it dropped, it rolled up against one of the walls that had mirrors on it. What you're going to learn that is Alex forgot that Charles was left-handed. In fact, you're going to learn that Charles was a semi-professional baseball player. He pitched and he batted left-handed. So that bat was on the wrong side. Next, you're going to hear about an injury to Alex himself. Lori had told police that Charles hit Alex in the head with this bat before Alex shot Charles. Classic self-defense. But in all cases, we must look at the physical evidence because it doesn't lie. And the physical evidence doesn't have a bias or a memory loss. Sometimes it's the lack of physical evidence that doesn't lie. So again, we know that this room where Charles was shot had no furniture, mirrors, 2 walls. You'll learn that although Lori claimed that Charles hit Alex with that bat and then Alex shot him in self-defense, that Alex's gun had no blood transferred on it. Alex was allegedly struck in the head with a bat by a semi-professional baseball player. Doesn't go unconscious, and he never touches that injury. Pulls out a gun, is able to shoot this man twice, and then he takes the gun down a hallway, puts it into a room.
Honestly, no one wants to think about HIV, but there are things that everyone can do to help prevent. If you're HIV negative,
Lori says that Alex was hit with the bat in this room by Charles. But again, what we don't see is any blood on the floor. Charles strikes Alex in the head with a bat. They're grappling on the ground. There's not a single drop of blood on the ground in that room. There's pooling of blood around Charles as he lay there on the ground. There's not a drop of blood going down the hallway to where Alex put the gun. There's not a drop of blood in the room where Alex put that gun. There's not a drop of blood on the floor in the kitchen where Alex went to go wash his hands. There are no towels, sheets, clothing, napkins with blood on them, where Alex was holding his head and trying to stop this bleeding from this injury. You will see on body-worn camera, Alex Cox, who's on with 911, come out of the house. He will have a phone in one hand and his other hand up, and you will notice that he actually has a pair of sunglasses resting on the top of his head. You will see at some point, Alex sits down and they ask him to move to another location. They talk to him for a while, and then you'll see him eventually touch his head a few times, and then he obtains a napkin or towel, something, and you'll see him at times rubbing his head, patting it. That is the only bloody item you will see. Those sunglasses on Alex's head. He is struck in the head by a baseball player while grappling on the ground. He then pulls out a gun and shoots his brother, puts away this gun, deals with his injury, and yet those sunglasses are still right there on the top of his head. No blood on the floors, no blood on the gun, no damage to the mirrors, that on the wrong side, a lack of physical evidence to help support this self-defense claim. Next, trajectory. The medical examiner will talk to you about the trajectory through Charles's body. The detectives are going to talk to you about the trajectory through the room. Dr. Baumgartner will tell you that the trajectory of that first shot to Charles, the one that went through his chest, through his heart, and out his back, was front to back and slightly downward. It will be less than an inch downward. The detectives will tell you that the bullet from that shot, actually, as it exited Charles's back, ended up across the room in the baseboard. They pulled it out and recovered it. Both of them will say that this shot is consistent with Charles being standing upright with a person in front of him. The gun could be slightly down, or his hand could cause that little bit of downward angle. Dr. Baumgartner will tell you that that second shot that entered Charles's abdomen and exited his left shoulder, that the trajectory of that shot was front to back and significantly upward, 13 inches upward. Dr. Baumgartner is also the one who will tell you about that shored wound. What you will hear from the detectives, though, is that when they found Charles on the ground, off to the side of his left shoulder was the other bullet on the ground, not embedded. They'll also tell you that when they finally moved Charles, they took his body away, they cleaned up the blood on the ground, and they noticed a defect in the flooring, in the wood, consistent with a bullet striking the ground. That defect was located where Charles's left shoulder had been. You will hear that both Dr. Baumgartner and the detectives found the trajectory. The wounds were consistent with Charles laying on the ground, Alex being at his feet when that second shot was fired. The physical evidence does not lie. Charles was on the ground when Alex Cox fired that second shot. The injuries to Charles, the location of the bullet strikes, the trajectory of the injuries both in Charles and in the house all show this was not self-defense. This was a staged murder scene. I told you that Lori Vallow left the house at 7:49 a.m., and we know this because of Charles Vallow's cell phone. The 911 call was placed at 8:36 a.m., 47 minutes later. The police arrived at 5531 South Four Peaks Place at about 8:41 a.m. Lori Vallow and her daughter Tylee returned to the house at 8:48 a.m. When the police first contacted Lori Vallow, they thought she had no idea that her husband was dead, that he'd been shot and killed. Initially, you will see body cam footage of an officer going up and just getting her information. Lori doesn't ask, Why are all these police here? Why is there a fire truck here? Why is my brother sitting on the ground over there? Or is he okay? Instead, she comments about her neighbors. You'll learn that the police then pulled her aside to do what they call a death notification, to let her know that her husband was dead. Only to their surprise, she told them she knew she was there. So at this point, the police knew they needed to take her to the police station and question her. You'll learn that Lori Vallow was interviewed by the police. She was treated very kindly. The police asked her what happened. Lori Vallow told the police that she took Charles's cell phone. She admitted that she was the reason that Charles didn't just leave and take JJ to school. She told police in no uncertain terms that Charles was demanding his phone back, and she refused to give it back. She told the police that even as Charles screamed at her for his phone, she walked away from him, wouldn't give it to him. No matter what happened or what Charles said or did, she would not give his phone back to him. Lori told police that her daughter, Tylee, came out of the room during this screaming with a bat. That Charles took it away from Tylee, and Tylee fell on the ground. And she told Tylee to go out to the car with JJ. She still didn't return the phone. She told police that Alex came out, that he and Charles got into this scuffle with the bat, that Charles hit him in the head with the bat. She still didn't give Charles back the phone. What she did instead was take his phone and go around that wall into the kitchen. Left the situation. Time to let brother Alex be Nephi. While she's in the kitchen, she said she heard the gunshot, came out, saw Charles on the ground, and her brother standing at Charles's feet. Then she told the police she left. You'll learn that the police actually had no idea that Lori still had Charles's phone. Even when they're interviewing her, she still had it. Police are processing the house, looking for it. Where is it? I can't find it. Later in the afternoon, you'll hear that the police actually called Lori and Alex and asked them to come back to the scene. And when Lori arrived, they asked her, told her they couldn't find Charles's phone. And she told the detective that she found the phone in the car. Found it in the car. She gave Charles's phone to Detective Enplan and then provided her with Charles's PIN number to get into the phone. You'll learn that after those interviews in the morning, Lori and Alex went back to Alex's house in Santan. And there they went through Charles's phone. You'll learn that Alex actually took photos of some of the messages between Charles and Adam, including Adam's flight reservations. And he later sent those to his sister, Lori. July 11th. Lori didn't tell any of Charles's family he was dead. She didn't tell Adam that Charles was dead. She certainly knows they've been talking. The next day, Lori texted Charles's sons from his prior marriage and told them, "Your dad is dead." Charles's sons reached out to their Aunt Kay about this, and you'll learn that Kay and her husband had to Google this, see if it was true. They found out that Charles had been shot. So what about the money? That life insurance policy. Charles Vallow had $1 million life insurance policy. When he got it, his wife, Lori Vallow, was the beneficiary. We know that Charles died on a Thursday, July 11th. That next Monday, July 15th, Lori Vallow called Banner Life Insurance. The call was recorded and you will hear it. She told the agent that Charles had been accidentally shot. It was an accident. And that she was the beneficiary. Both of those statements are not correct. There was nothing accidental about that shooting, and she was not the beneficiary. 3 days later, on July 18th, Lori Vallow learned that she was not the beneficiary. Banner Life Insurance could not and would not tell her who Charles had changed it to. But Lori was angry about it. And you're going to learn that on July 18th of 2019, there's another very important text message in this case.
Confluence presents a love story about this team's program manager and his AI partner.
And Alex, when they discuss being like Nephi. And on July 18th, 7 days after Lori and Alex killed Charles, and Lori learned she is not getting $1 million life insurance policy, she sends a message to Chad Daybell. Quote, "So I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. So it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. You can't tell me who, of course, but it's done. I'll still get $4,000 a month from SS." In this text message, Lori tells Chad that it was probably Ned, that evil spirit inhabiting Charles's body, that changed the life insurance policy before they got rid of him, before they killed him. After Lori found out that she was not the beneficiary, she was so angry that she actually went through Charles's laptop, found the beneficiary change form, sent photos of that to Chad. And she also confronted Kay about it. The $1 million she had expected to get was gone. But as Lori told Chad on the 18th, she was still going to get money from the death of Charles. Lori knew already that a month before going to see Social Security, how much money she would get for JJ and for herself as a caregiver as a result of Charles being killed. $4,000 a month. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence in this case is going to show you that Lori Vallow, Daybell, conspired with her brother, Alex Cox, to kill her husband, Charles Vallow. When Charles let Lori know he was coming into town, she quickly got the pieces into place. Alex came to her house with a gun. Lori created the way to keep Charles inside the house so that Alex and she could be like Nephi, to kill Charles Vallow to better at least her life so she could be with Chad and she could live off that life insurance policy. As we go through this trial, you will see photos of Charles's injury, photos of the crime scene, and hear testimony that will prove that this was not self-defense. As we go through this trial, you'll be provided with phone calls, emails, text messages, and hear testimony that lays out the motive for this murder: money and Chad Daybell. You will see text messages and hear from people who Lori trusted and who were later pushed away, people who really don't want to be part of this trial, but were pulled into it by this defendant and her desire to get rid of Charles to be with Chad. People who heard Lori for months saying Charles was gone, possessed. People who will establish that this murder was premeditated. You will hear text messages from July 9th by Lori to her brother, Alex Cox, that he had to stay near her, that it was all coming to a head, and she would be like Nephi, and so would he. A justified killing, just like the prophet. And later, the text message to Chad where she told him that Charles changed the life insurance policy before they got rid of Ned. A confession by Lori of how religion and money were twisted to justify Charles's murder. At the end of this trial, the state will come to you and ask you to hold the defendant responsible for the death of Charles Vallow and find her guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
All right. Will the defendant be giving an opening statement? Okay, because of the lunch hour, your opening statement will start after lunch. I'm going to excuse the jury for lunch. I'm going to ask juror 3 to stay back. I need to talk to you about something. Please remember the admonition, jurors. We'll see you. Let's start. Everyone be back in the jury room about 1:20 p.m. and we'll resume at 1:30. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, everyone. So they're going to go for about, they ask the jury to be back in about 50 minutes, beginning in about 60 minutes again. So we will go get your lunches. I'll go get lunch. And what I want to do real quick before we go get lunch is I just want to recap a few things. I know they didn't get very far, but the opening statements were good, in my opinion, very comprehensive. They had to wait for a missing juror. They went right to a sidebar because Brandon Bordeaux's in the courtroom and wanted to remain there, but he was on Lori's witness list. So in order to remain there, he had to get struck from the witness list, which he did after a sidebar. And let's see what else we had going here. They talked about the plan to kill Charles, very premeditated. Something about being like the prophet Nephi in their religion. They saw themselves as being like another prophet as they were going to kill Charles. She knew that Adam and Charles were getting ready to do an intervention. Interestingly enough, he changed the life insurance. Smart guy. To his sister, Kay Woodcock, who is the biological grandmother of JJ. And Chad and Lori adopted JJ because Larry and Kay were a little bit older and thought, they might be better suited to parent him. And so now we don't have Charles here. Very interesting, very premeditated. He changed the beneficiary to his sister the day after. Wait, let me see now. The day after. He was deceased on a Thursday, the 11th, and on Monday the 15th, she called, Lori being, Banner Life Insurance and said he was accidentally shot and she was the beneficiary of the $1 million policy, only to find out he had changed it to his sister. Smart man. Maybe if she had known that, maybe he'd be alive. But I think, that's very sad, right? Let's see what else we've heard is they knew Charles was coming to the home that day. Alex came the night before. He didn't return Adam's calls. Adam messaged him that day, telling him to come get him. He didn't respond. Alex came the night before, stayed at Lori's home. Charles had texted and said he'd be there at 7:30 a.m. to pick their son up, JJ, and take him to school. He arrived about 7:35 p.m. Lori, he put JJ in the car and he came back in. Lori, during the altercation got in the car, his rental car, took his wallet. So it must have been after because he was deceased. Took his wallet, took his phone, took his rental car, and took JJ and Tylee. Went to Burger King, couple other errands, dropped JJ off at school, and then she and Tylee returned to the house at about 8:48 in the morning. They had left at about 7:49. Okay, so about an hour later, she returned to the house. Interestingly enough, when law enforcement was talking to her, she was commenting on the neighbors and all of that. You know, they didn't know her because they were new to the neighborhood. What were they going to think? And they pulled her aside to give her a death notification because they didn't think she knew, obviously, based on how she was acting, that her husband was just killed. And so they pull her aside to tell her he was killed. She goes, "Oh, I know. I was there." Whoa. Knew all. So buckle up, because they now knew at that point, you know, okay, we're going to start looking at this a little bit. But, you know, the investigator who was hired was working on the case, and I believe it was by Brandon Bordeaux. Correct me if I'm wrong. He said it was really scary because as he was investigating things, people were just dying in the case. So it was really, he said he had never experienced anything like that. It was very chilling. You know, throughout the investigation, people just kept dying because you had Charles and Tylee. Well, he was searching for Tylee, and JJ dying, being murdered, and Alex of natural causes, and Kathy Daybell, Chad's first wife. I mean, it's just unbelievable. So as he was investigating, deaths were occurring. Crazy case, cult, conspiracy, money, power, sex, all of it's there. And sadly, many, many deaths. Yes, Rocco. Welcome in. I haven't seen you in a while. Read One of the Seven Deadly Sins. Yes. Hi, Ash Cash. She's a handful. If you never saw the Dateline video, go watch it tonight. She's just like unbelievable. Keith Morrison did a fabulous job keeping patience and sticking in that interview. Did you know he is the stepfather of Matthew Perry? Fun little fact. Okay, everyone, we're going to keep the chat open. Come and go as you want for lunch. I will be back in here in about 30 minutes. I'm going to grab some lunch. Thanks for being here. We're going to keep listening. Buckle up. Don't miss, because when we come back, Doomsday Mom herself is going to perform. And I believe it will be a performance. It's going to be interesting. So I'll see you all in a little bit. We're going to keep it running. Come and go as you want. And be back in here no later than, there's my teacher self, sorry. Be back in here by 50 minutes if you want to hear the beginning of Lori's statements. 40 minutes if you want to be here just in case when the jury's called back in. Thank you, everyone, and I'll see you in a little bit. Ash Cash tomorrow before everyone. This morning before the trial, we went through the body cam of Charles telling police Lori had gone bananas, basically. And tomorrow we're going to go through the timeline, and then I want to show you the interview of Tylee and Lori after Charles was killed. That'll be pre-trial tomorrow. So 10:30 we'll get on here. We'll go through that video of Tylee and Lori at the police station, and I will go over a timeline of the whole case. And that will be at 10:30, and then the trial, they allow us in with a 30-minute delay at 11, even though it starts at 10:30. That's my time, 1:30 Eastern time. Okay? So see you in a bit, friends. Enjoy your lunch. Hello, everyone. I'm here. Hope y'all got something to eat. Oh, I still that. Y'all talking about fishing? All I need is Jesus had a chicken taco salad yesterday. Yum. What did I have yesterday? I have a dog who's pacing here. He wants me to. Oh, there he laid down. I was going to say he wants me to take him PARK. Oops. I love salmon too. Absolutely. Okay, I'm going to mute so when it starts. Okay, Sassy, see you then. Don't miss her opening statements, everyone. They'll be in about 7 minutes. They should be calling the jury in now. Looks like it's going to start again. So we will see Miss Lori perform. I'm going to take this comment down, and I think you were right. All I need is Jesus, coffee, and true crime. Let me make sure I have them off of mute. Nope, I had them muted. Now it's going to be going for 2.5 hours, and then they will end for the day. And then we'll be back in tomorrow. Oh, Miss Behaven's getting her notifications. Good. Good to hear it. Hi, YouTuber. Good to see you. She's about to begin her opening statements. I wonder how many times, but we'll see what happens. Robin, I think this trial, they said 4 to 6 weeks. However, I think she's going to slow it down because what is she wants to stay out of her cell longer, right? That's how I see it. If it were me, soup sounds really good right now. Sounds wonderful, Mini Panthers. I'm going to take a picture of that recipe. That sounds really good. Ooh. Please stand. Okay, now you won't hear me anymore till they take a break, just in the chat periodically. Thank you all, and she will be on with her opening statements. Her first act of the circus.
All right, we're on the record. State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell. The attorneys are present. The defendant's present. The jury is not present. We ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Let's bring in the jury.
All rise for the jury.
All right, the jury is now present. Please be seated. All right, the defendant can proceed with her opening statement.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I have been charged with a crime, a serious crime. And the only question here is, did I commit this crime? Conspiracy. Conspiracy is an agreement between two or more people to commit a crime. Okay, so you see, okay. There has to be an agreement. There has to be a plan. The evidence in this case will show that Charles Vallow and I got married in February 2006. It will show that it was my fourth marriage and Charles' third marriage. At that time, we each had 2 children. I had Colby, who was 9, and Tylee, who was 3. Charles had Cole, who was also 9, and Zach, who was 7. The evidence will show that our family moved from Austin, Texas to Chandler, Arizona in 2009. The evidence will show that Charles and I adopted our great nephew, JJ, who was born in 2012. It will also show that Charles and I were married for over 13 years and were raising 5 children. The evidence will show that I was a licensed cosmetologist and worked as a hairstylist for 20 years while we lived in Austin, Texas. The evidence will show that Charles was a licensed life insurance salesman and worked as an independent contractor, selling life insurance policies and annuities, and owned his own business. The evidence will show that Charles and I purchased life insurance policies early in our marriage, and Charles had them issued to the maximum amount possible to each of us. The evidence will show that Charles was 17 years older than me, and that because of Charles' age and an issue that he had with high blood pressure, the maximum amount of life insurance that could be approved for Charles was $1 million. The maximum amount of life insurance that I could be approved for because of my age and my health was $2 million. The evidence will show that throughout our 13-year marriage, that we always had life insurance policies. When a 10-year policy lapsed, Charles would shop for another company who would approve us for the maximum amount of life insurance. The evidence will show that this was Charles' job. This is what he did. I helped him in this business, and this is what he did. The evidence will show that in 2016, Charles repurchased a new $2 million life insurance policy on me, and he was the sole beneficiary. The evidence will show that Charles and I had a happy marriage for 13 years, that he was, in fact, a baseball player, and that he played high school, college ball, and AAA ball, and that he was, in fact, a left-handed pitcher, a southpaw, they call him, but he was a right-handed batter, as could be attested to by anybody who knew Charles well and his high school baseball coach, Greg Davis. The evidence will show that Tylee was, and in 2014, our family moved from Chandler, Arizona to Kauai, Hawaii. We lived there for 3.5 years and returned to Chandler in 2007.
Have you ever seen the magic glasses that can see clearly without glasses? This glasses can not only see far.
And that when she became a teenager, the relationship between Tylee and her stepfather, Charles, became so difficult that Tylee and Charles had to seek a therapist, a family therapist, to stop them from fighting. The evidence will show that together, Charles and Tylee met with this therapist after we moved back to the mainland in 2017. The evidence will show that in April of 2018, Tylee's biological father passed away from a heart attack. And at that time, Charles called Social Security and made an appointment at the Social Security
I'm
office.
object to hearsay.
Sustained.
It will show that we did get Social Security for Tylee for her deceased father until she was 18 years old, and she was 15 years old at the time. The evidence will show that Charles and Tylee's fighting increased greatly in January of 2019 when Charles and I temporarily separated. The evidence will show that several people witnessed these terrible arguments between Tylee and Charles that increased to physical in 2019. Charles and Tylee had major increasing arguments, 2 in February of 2019, 1 of March in 2019, which was captured on video, 1 in May of 2019, 1 in June of 2019, and then the worst of all in July 2019. The evidence will show that in March of 2019, Charles pulled JJ out of his special school and moved him to Houston, Texas, while we were temporarily separated. Tylee and I then joined Charles and JJ in Texas in April 2019 to reconcile. The evidence will show that JJ was diagnosed with severe autism when he was 3 years old while we lived in Hawaii. The evidence will show that for 2 years, JJ was attending a school in Gilbert, Arizona, a special school for children with autism. It's called Lauren's Life Academy. The evidence will show that in June of 2019, in JJ's best interest, Tylee, JJ, and I moved back to Chandler, Arizona to re-enroll JJ back in Lauren's Life Academy since he had a difficult time with the Houston, Texas schools with no services for his autism. The evidence will show that Charles and I agreed it was in JJ's best interest to be in school where more services were available to him, so Charles and I rented a house here in Chandler. On the day in question, July 11th, 2019, Charles and I were renting 2 houses, one in Houston, Texas, where he mainly resided, and one in Chandler, Arizona, where I resided with our 2 minor children, Tylee and JJ. By this time, our 3 older boys, Colby, Cole, and Zach, were adults and not living at home any longer. The evidence will show that during the months of June and July, that my husband, Charles Vallow, began to send me threatening text messages. These messages were seen by my sister Summer, and that worried her. The evidence will show that Charles insisted on flying into Phoenix on July 10th, as we've heard from the state. The evidence will show that I advised Charles that he could not stay with us at the Chandler house because he could not get along with Tylee, and I did not want them to get into another fight like they had 3 weeks prior. The evidence will show that it was ultimately decided between Charles and I on text messages that he would stay in a hotel because he traveled for business all the time and stayed in hotels all the time, and that I would book it for him since I worked for him and booked all of his travel. The evidence will show that Charles did in fact fly into Phoenix on Wednesday, July 10th, and stayed in the hotel that I booked for him. The evidence will show that Charles paid to fly my brother Adam Cox into Phoenix from Kansas on the same day, Wednesday, July 10th, 2019. The evidence will show that Charles planned to come to our Chandler home and pick up JJ and drive him to school on Thursday morning, July 11th, 2019. The evidence will also show you that Lauren's Life Academy opens its gates at 8:25 a.m. in the morning. And the evidence will show that Charles showed up at our Chandler residence around 7:30 in the rental car I booked for him on the morning of Thursday, July 11th, 2019. The evidence will show that Charles began texting with my brother, Adam Cox, before he entered our residence, and that Charles and Adam were discussing in their text communications that my other brother, Alex Cox, was at the residence. The evidence will show that on the morning of July 11th, that Tylee was asleep in her room and my brother Alex was asleep in the guest room. The evidence will show that when Charles entered the house, only JJ and I were awake and present. The evidence will show that after we put JJ in the rental car, that Charles came back into the residence to receive his phone, leaving JJ in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running. He was 7 years old. The evidence will show that Charles began to scream at me when I refused to hand him his phone. The evidence will show that Charles' screaming woke up Tylee and Alex. The evidence will show that Tylee came out of her room with a bat to protect me, her mother, from her stepfather, Charles Vallow. The evidence will show that Tylee and Charles fought over the bat, and that after a struggle over the bat, Tylee fell onto the ground, and Charles lifted up the bat to hit Tylee with the bat. The evidence will show that Alex then intervened to protect Tylee from being hit with the bat. He did not have a gun. He was not wearing a shirt. He was pulling up his jeans because he just woke up and came into the room where he heard the screaming. The evidence will show that Alex and Charles got into a physical struggle for the bat and fell onto the ground. The evidence will show that Tylee, who was on the ground, was lifted up by me and sent outside to get away from the struggle and to protect JJ, who was still in the running car, in the rental car in the driveway. The evidence will show that after the struggle on the ground between Charles and Alex, that Charles prevailed with the bat and began to come towards me with the bat as I ran away from him into the kitchen. The evidence will show that at some point while I was running away from Charles, who was chasing me with the bat, that Alex apparently retrieved his gun. The evidence will show that I ran outside to the children and that Alex shot Charles in self-defense. The evidence will show that Tylee and I had both run outside without shoes. The evidence will show that JJ was still in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running and struggling to get out of the car. Tylee was trying to keep him in. The evidence will show that Tylee and I got into the rental car with JJ and drove away. The evidence will show you that I drove the children away from the residence towards JJ's school. Can I grab a tissue?
Yes.
The evidence will show that I drove the children through the Burger King drive-thru that Charles had promised JJ. The evidence will show that we continued to drive towards JJ's school and that the gate was not yet open at JJ's school. So we drove a block west of the school to a Walgreens where I ran in to purchase flip-flops for Tylee and myself so that we could walk JJ into school on the hot pavement. The evidence will show that Tylee and I returned directly to our residence where we met with police in our driveway. The evidence will show that we were spoken to by the Chandler police officers. And the evidence will show that Tylee and I were told by the Chandler police detectives that Charles had passed away. The evidence will show that we were put into a police van and driven to the Chandler Police Department. The evidence will show that Alex was taken by police in a police car to the Chandler Police Department, and that we were all three separated into interrogation rooms and we were each interviewed. The evidence will show that next, Tylee and I were brought back together into a room at the Chandler Police Department and were introduced to a victim's advocate who was very kind to us. The evidence will show that after speaking to the victim's advocate, that Tylee, Alex, and myself were put back into the police van and driven back to our residence. We were directed by the Chandler detectives to take the rental car and return later to the residence after we picked up JJ from school. The evidence will show that we did as instructed by the Chandler detectives. Evidence will show that we drove to Alex's residence where we attended to the wound on the back of his head. The evidence will show that Alex was then contacted by the Chandler detectives to return to the residence so that Alex could walk them through the events that occurred with the detectives at the residence. The evidence will show that Alex, Tylee, and I did return to the residence as instructed. And the evidence will show that Alex entered into the residence with Detective Moffett, but that Tylee and I were met by Detective Inkland in the front yard. The evidence will show that at the time, Detective Inkland asked Tylee and myself if we had Charles' cell phone. Tylee retrieved Charles' cell phone from the rental car and gave it to Detective Inkland at 3:11 p.m. on July 11th, 2019. And at that time, Charles' phone was placed in the custody of Chandler police detectives. The evidence will show that Detective Inkland asked us if we knew the passcode on Charles' phone, which Tylee proceeded to give to Detective Inkland. The evidence will show that Tylee and I left the residence to pick up JJ from school, while Alex remained at the residence with the detectives. The evidence will show that by the time Tylee, JJ, and I returned to the residence, that all police, EMS, CSI, and detectives were gone from the residence and only Alex remained. The evidence will show that the next day, I contacted Chandler Police.
Enjoy the rest you need and the savings you want at the Living Spaces Sleep Center, where you can pay one price.
The evidence will show that I asked the detectives, what should we do next? And they directed us that they would contact us in about 3 weeks after their supervisor passed off their reports, and Alex could go to the police station and retrieve his gun. The evidence will show that the last thing I heard from Chandler Police Department until June of 2021, 2 years later, when I received a grand jury indictment from them for this alleged crime. The evidence will show that Chandler Police treated this incident as self-defense.
I'm going to object to that.
Objection sustained. The jury should disregard that last statement.
The evidence will show you that my brother, Alex Cox, passed away on December 12th, 2019, almost exactly 5 months to the day after Charles, my husband, passed away. The evidence will show that Alex passed away from a blood clot in his lung.
Objection again.
I'll sustain the objection. It's not relevant for this matter.
The evidence will show you that I am the only person being charged with this crime.
I'm going to object to the relevance of that.
Sustained.
As the state has mentioned, they're alleging that insurance money was my motive. Social Security was my motive. Spouses having insurance policies is not a crime. Collecting Social Security is not a crime. Self-defense is not a crime. A family tragedy is not a crime. It's a tragedy. Thank you.
All right, the state can call its first witness.
Thank you. If I may go get him.
All right, sir, you're going to come up right here. My clerk will swear you in right here.
And
W-I-E-R-Z-B-I-C-K-I.
your first name?
I-R-W-I.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're going to have a seat up here.
Sir, would you please tell the jury your name?
My name's Sergeant Erwin Worsbicky. I work for the Chandler Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Chandler Police Department?
June will be 10 years.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I had 10 years in Illinois.
Back On July 11th of 2019, what were your duties at that time?
I was working as a patrol officer, I believe in beat 18,
And what were your hours?
0600 to 1600,
Is that 6 a.m.?
6 a.m. to 4 p.m. Yes.
Thank you. Were you dispatched to a residence at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you dispatched for?
That was a shooting.
Were you the first on the scene when you arrived?
I
What
was,
did you
ma'am.
see? Okay. What were you wearing at the time?
I was in full patrol uniform.
Does the Chandler Police Department back then, did they have body worn camera?
They did.
And can you describe where that was and how that works?
I believe back then I wore it on my left shoulder.
Okay. And how does it get activated?
You have to press a button and it'll turn it on.
Does it normally record audio?
Yes.
And did you have that on and did you activate it when you arrived to the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there other officers on scene at some point when you got there?
After I arrived, yes.
You're saying it was 760, so I pulled the printer to see if I could get.
What other officers arrived on scene?
Right after I arrived, Officer Krautheim arrived.
Can you describe to us sort of what happened as you get to the scene? How did you guys, you and Officer Krautheim, handle the situation?
When I was getting out of the car, I believe the gentleman that called in was still on the phone, and we advised dispatch to tell him to come out with nothing in his hands except his phone. As he opened up or came out the front door, I started giving him commands. That was what I wanted him to do.
So you're talking with dispatch. Is that the same as 911?
Yeah, it's the same dispatch center.
So is the person who's talking to the 911 person then just relaying information to you?
Yes.
So you're able to tell that person, tell dispatch to tell the person to come out?
Yes.
Did you and Officer Krautheim have someone come out?
Yes.
Can you describe for us the person's demeanor as they're first exiting?
He was very nonchalant, very compliant with us.
Okay. You said he still had his phone?
Yes.
Do you recall if his other hand was up?
I do not recall.
Do you recall where he came out of from the house?
He came out the front door.
Okay. When he exited the house, what did you guys have him do?
We gave him commands to come towards us and then have a seat on the curb.
Okay. So there's just two of you officers still at this point?
Yes.
What did you do at this point?
I decided to go check for anybody that was injured inside and clear the house, make sure there was nobody else in there.
Okay. What did Officer Krautheim do?
I believe he started speaking to the gentleman that we had come out the house.
So he stayed outside
Yes.
and you went into the house?
Yes, ma'am.
When you talk about clearing the house, can you tell us what that means? What do you do?
We just wanted to make sure that if anyone needed aid rendered to them, we could render aid to them, or if there are any more suspects in the residence, that we could try to apprehend them.
Does that mean that you walked through the entire house?
I believe so, yes.
And all that's when your body cam is on?
Yes, ma'am.
When you first entered that house, can you describe for us what you saw when you walked in that front door?
Yeah, initially when I walked in, it opened up into like a day room or something like that. And just off to the right, I saw somebody laying on the ground, motionless.
Did you notice anything about that room?
It was empty.
So no furniture?
No furniture. Yeah, it was just an empty room.
The person that you saw to the right, male or female?
Male.
And can you describe how you saw him laying on the ground?
Yeah, he was laying on his back, I believe with both of his hands to his side, motionless. And then I went over to him to check his pulse.
Is that standard for police to check the welfare of any potential victims?
Yes.
When you checked the pulse, did you find one?
No.
Did you notice anything else about this victim?
Yeah, I noticed that there were 2 apparent gunshot wounds to his chest area. And there was blood pooling in like his kind of like neck collar area.
Did he appear to still be alive to you?
No.
As part of your job, both with your prior experience in Illinois and your experience here in Arizona, have you seen deceased people before?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you think this person was dead?
Yes, ma'am.
If you didn't think he was dead, are police trained to do CPR?
Yes, ma'am. We're all certified to.
Would you have
Yeah.
done that if you believed that would have helped him?
Absolutely.
So even though a person appears deceased to you, is fire still called out to check on them?
Yes.
Why is that?
They go through their own process and procedures, and I believe they usually give the official time of death.
Did you notice anything else in that room where that male was lying?
I can't think of anything right now, no.
Do you recall seeing any projectiles on the ground near the victim?
Objection, leading.
It's a yes or no question.
I believe I did, yes.
When you walked in the house after you saw this male on the ground, did you continue through the house?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that to clear it?
Yes.
And will paramedics or fire come in if you haven't cleared the house yet?
Usually no.
So they want to make sure it's okay as well?
Yes.
After you cleared the house, did you, or as you were clearing the house, did you ever locate any weapons?
Yes, I believe we located a firearm in one of the back bedrooms.
Okay. Did you touch that in any way?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Integrity, service, and excellence. That's what you can expect when working with Pennington Law, with the experience to plan and fight.
Victim.
By the time fire came in, were other officers now on scene?
Yes.
Were you still wearing and recording with your body cam?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the body cam, you told us that it's on your shoulder. Does it always show where you're looking?
No.
So your eyes or your head can be turned to a different direction than what the camera is actually
Yeah,
showing?
if I was turning talking to the judge, my camera would be facing the crowd.
I want to show you a video. And if I can have my paralegal bring that up and have him identify it. And sir, if you could just look at that and let me know if you recognize that as your body cam minus the audio of it.
Yeah, that's my body cam.
Do you recognize that as you in it?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have previously watched that?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit exhibit number 2, I believe. Exhibit number 2 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Two is admitted.
And Your Honor, if we may publish it.
You may.
So this is the house you're walking up to, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As you're talking to dispatch?
Yes.
And this is the individual that is coming out that you asked dispatch to have come out?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that Officer Krautheim in the back?
It is.
Are you announcing
Yes, ma'am.
that standard?
Yes.
That where you checked to see if this male had a pulse?
Yes, ma'am.
That the weapon that you told us that you found?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you letting people know on your radio that you found a weapon?
I believe so, yes.
You told us that other officers were arriving?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what we see here happening?
Yes.
And is fire also starting to come in?
I believe they were right behind him, yes.
That you continued to clear the rest of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
So what do we see there?
It appears that the fire is rendering aid to the victim, or attempting to.
Were you walking around trying to find identification for the individual on the ground?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to ever find an identification for him?
I was not.
So no wallet laying around?
No.
No ID in his pocket?
I didn't check his pockets, but no, I don't think fire found one.
So you're kind of talking with them to let them know who this is as well?
Yes.
Because they're documenting it.
Yes.
And is that the individual who came out with the phone from the house?
Yes, ma'am.
One that dispatch and 911 told to come out?
Yes.
We will watch this video together as a family in full.
When you were interacting with him there, what was his demeanor like?
He was extremely calm.
You told us that you were looking for the wallet for this individual. Did it seem unusual to you that you couldn't find one?
I wouldn't say it was unusual. I didn't know if he lived there or not, so I just kind of looked around to see if there was anything laying around.
Is this you still trying to see if there's anything in the residence that might be related to that individual?
I think I was just giving Officer Cohen a recap of what I already went and looked through.
And I've shown defense counsel or defendant exhibits 3 and 4. I can have a paralegal send those up to the officer to review as well. Do you recognize those as sort of screenshots of 2 different views during your body cam footage?
Yes.
State will move to admit exhibits 3 and 4.
Any objection?
No objection.
3 and 4 admitted.
And if I may publish them. So in this photo, when you were looking at it, were you able to see here's where you are checking to see the pulse of this individual?
Yes, ma'am.
And did this also reflect what you had talked about of the blood pooling that had run towards his neck area?
Yes.
Exhibit 4. Is this sort of when we first see you walk back in and we see fire working on the individual?
Yes.
You told us that when that individual who was on the call with 911 came out, that you observed the phone with him. He was kind of holding it.
Yeah.
Did you ever see any other phone in the house as you were looking around? Anything obvious laying around?
I don't recall. No, I don't believe I did.
Seresto knows that some situations just suck. Fleas and ticks suck too. Seresto.
I recall. No.
After you had cleared the house, allowed fire to enter, and other officers were arriving, were you tasked with going out to put up some crime scene tape?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean?
It's just tape that keeps the general public out, keeps the media out, so we have a secure scene and it doesn't get tainted by anybody or anything.
So that included both the house and some of the street.
Yes, ma'am.
Did that sort of end your involvement?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, cross-examination.
It's Sergeant. Where's Vicky? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I like to get that right. Okay. You said that the individual exiting the house was nonchalant. Is that correct?
I don't know if I used those words, but he seemed very calm. Yes.
Very calm.
Yes.
Is that the same thing to you as nonchalant?
I wouldn't use that word, so I would say he looked very calm and unbothered.
But you said nonchalant a minute ago.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay. Does everyone act the same in a stressful situation that you've experienced? No? Are you qualified to give someone a psychological evaluation?
No.
No. You put your hand on My husband's neck for checking for a pulse. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you did when you first came in?
Yes.
Did you perform CPR?
No,
No. Why not?
because it was apparent to me that he was deceased.
And that's not your protocol
To what?
to perform CPR until fire comes in?
Not if it's going to make it even worse because they had apparent gunshot wounds to the chest.
What do you mean by that?
Well, if I start pumping on his chest, it's going to start spewing blood out of his chest even at a more rapid pace.
So when the 911 operator was telling my brother to do that, that same thing would happen?
All depends on when the call came into dispatch.
But I'm saying if you're doing CPR on someone with a gunshot wound in the chest, on the chest.
Could, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And you said something else. You said fire gives official time of death. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that time of death? Do you know?
I do not recall.
And you cleared the house before fire came in. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were looking for some kind of identification?
When
Yes.
I cleared the house,
Yes.
I was looking for other potential victims and or suspects.
Okay. But you were told on the phone that no one else was in the house but Alex. Is that correct?
I don't recall if I was told that or not.
Okay. Do you have any crime scene investigation experience?
Just my 20 years of experience as a police officer.
And you said something about, and this is just for me to understand, you said something about the casings being to the left of him or to the right of him?
I didn't say they were to the left or to the right.
Oh, did you say west or east?
No.
Oh, sorry, that was my interpretation. Can you tell me what the weapon was that you found?
It was a handgun.
Was it a 45?
Don't recall.
Okay. Could you tell what direction the bullet came from?
Based off the way the body was laying, I could assume it came from where his feet were at.
Near the feet?
Mhm.
Did you see the projectile that was in the baseboard?
I don't recall if I saw that or not.
You said he did not appear alive, that you already thought that he was deceased. Is that correct? When you entered into the house?
Yes.
What time was that?
I believe I was dispatched to the call at 8:41. So I mean, if I was going to make a guess on what time I walked into the house, I would say I was probably at the residence within 10 minutes.
So around 8:51 perhaps?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And then when fire took over, is that the normal protocol for fire to take over and do the CPR?
Yes.
And so you didn't do CPR, but they did do the CPR. Is that correct?
Yes.
On top of the gunshot wound.
Yes.
Is that normal protocol?
I don't know what their protocol is.
Okay. I'm just asking because I wouldn't think to do that either. And then you said that you went outside to put up the crime scene tape. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So after you cleared the house, you left and went to the front yard?
Yes.
And then you were there for how long at the residence before you left?
I couldn't give you a time.
Did you stay for a while or was that the end of your job there?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago. I have no idea how long I was actually on scene for.
And who is your direct supervisor?
I believe that day was Sergeant Nocella.
I'm sorry, what was the last name?
Nocella.
Okay. And what contact did you have with Detective Moffat that day?
I don't know if I had any with him on scene.
Okay, what about Detective England, perhaps?
I may have briefly spoke to her while I was on scene.
Okay, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times?
I couldn't tell you a number.
Okay. And then when you have to report to your superior before you left the scene?
He was on scene, I would imagine.
Nocella? Is that
Yes.
what you said? Okay. And then you don't know what time you left, but you arrived at approximately 8:51?
Give or take, yes.
And then did you see me arrive at the scene?
I think as I was leaving, yes.
So approximately around the time that I arrived, you were leaving?
I don't know if I left when you arrived, but I was on my way out of the crime scene as far as I know.
Okay. And then you said something about 2 wounds. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how did you see the 2 wounds through the shirt?
Just was an observation that I made when I saw him laying on the ground.
So did you see 2 holes in the shirt?
I'm not sure exactly what I saw when I was there, but I could see that there were 2 apparent gunshot wounds to his chest.
And then I'm sure, well, I won't speak for you. So when they began CPR, they did open his shirt. Is that correct?
I have no idea.
Because when you walked by, his shirt was open.
Objection to question.
Yeah, please ask questions only.
Did you discuss this case with Sergeant Nocella?
I don't believe so. I would imagine he was on scene and he got briefed by the detectives.
He got briefed by the detectives? Is that what you
In
said?
fact, I would imagine, yes.
Okay. And then have you spoken to the case agent on this case? How many times would you say?
Who's the case agent?
Oh, Detective Duncan. That's my
Detective
understanding.
Duncan? I mean, I've spoken to him many times in my career.
Regarding this case, how many times do you think you've spoken to Detective Duncan?
I couldn't even put a number on it. I would say very few.
Very few? Like, how many would you guess?
I would say maybe 5 times.
5 times. Thank you. And would that be in-person kind of discussions or?
Yeah, I wouldn't even say they were discussions, probably just in passing.
Okay. So how many times have you emailed with Detective Duncan concerning this case?
Objection to relevance.
Overruled, you can answer if you know.
I have no idea.
What about text messages?
No idea.
Phone calls?
Ma'am, I have no idea.
Okay. And your report that you wrote about this, about how long after the incident did you make your report?
I was done by the end of my work shift at 4 o'clock.
And then did you ever make any revisions to that report?
I don't believe so.
So you left the scene approximately sometime in the morning, and by 4 o'clock that day you had written your report. Is that
Yes.
correct? And you've never changed anything on your report?
Not that I recall, ma'am.
And the report is exactly as you left it did you review it for this testimony today?
Yes.
And it was exactly the same as when you wrote it at 4 PM on July 11th?
I don't know if I wrote it at 4 PM. It was
Or
done
by 4 PM.
It appears to be yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, redirect.
He was tough for her. He didn't give her anything, did he? She had to ask the right questions to get the right information.
Sergeant, you were asked about the shooter's demeanor. Were you just telling us what you observed?
Yes.
What did you observe?
I just observed him very calm and collected after just shooting somebody.
And that's both seeing him come out as well as having some interaction with him on the curb.
Yes, ma'am.
When a person is been shot and you check for a pulse, and you believe they are deceased, as a police officer, are you supposed to touch the body?
No.
Is the body basically a crime?
Freddy's steak burgers are handmade, hand sliced, hand assembled, and hand served.
Did you believe that the victim was deceased?
Yes, ma'am.
Do fire have EKG heart monitors and things that they use to determine if maybe you missed a pulse?
Yes, ma'am.
When you talked about giving CPR, if an individual is now a crime scene, would giving CPR to that deceased person change the crime scene?
Yes.
And so as someone who believed the person was deceased, you did not want to modify or change the crime scene?
Correct.
You were asked about the gun. Is the gun part of the crime scene?
Yes.
Were you responsible for processing the crime scene?
No,
Why didn't you go in there and pick it up and start handling it?
because I didn't want to alter where it was laying when he got done using it.
You were asked a lot about when 911 was called, when you were dispatched. This was a few years ago,
Several, yes.
2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there something called a CAD report that documents when 911 was called, when you were dispatched, when you arrived, and even when you left?
Yes, ma'am.
Would looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when those events occurred?
Yes.
If I may have my paralegal provide him with a copy of the CAD report.
You want me to?
Starting, does looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when the 911 call was received?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
It was received at 8:36.
Does looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when you were dispatched?
It appears it was dispatched at 8:37.
So your memory of saying 8:50 or so was perhaps incorrect.
Yes.
Was looking at the CAD report indicate when you arrived?
8:43.
So again, that was a little earlier than your memory was.
Yes, ma'am.
And does looking at the CAD report help determine or refresh your recollection as to when you left the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
5:31 p.m.
As a police officer who is one of the first on scene, do you provide briefing or information to your sergeant or the detectives on scene as to what you saw, observed, and did?
If they ask me directly, yes, somebody will brief them that's on scene.
But you have to provide somebody that information to then provide to the detectives?
Yes.
Why is it done that way?
Because usually a supervisor is going to want to know what's going on and what we did, just so the detectives know exactly what they're walking into.
So for instance, if you had had to move the gun, they would arriving to a scene, do you get information relayed to you about this call?
I do.
Why is that?
The call taker is asking the person on the phone what's going on, where it is, who's there, just basic information. And then dispatch relays that information to me as I'm driving to the call for service.
Is that so you have a better idea about what you're walking into?
Yes, it's on a computer, but verbally, the stuff that's really pertinent before I arrive is just verbally done over the air.
So when you were arriving on the scene, did you think this shooting had just occurred?
I did.
When you got to this 5531 South Four Peaks, were there any other officers on scene yet?
Yeah, Officer Wiz was there.
Is that Officer Wiersbe?
Yes, I'm sorry, I apologize.
What were you wearing?
Patrol outfit, basically a patrol uniform, police uniform, body worn cam.
And was that on and recording as you sort of arrived on scene and while you were present there?
Yeah, I started recording while I was driving there.
Okay. When you arrived, did you know whether or not the 911 caller was still on the phone?
Yeah, she was still on the phone.
And when you are talking with dispatch, did you arrange to have this person come out, or did Officer Wiersbe do that?
Yes, dispatch advised him to come out of the home without anything and hands up in the air. That's kind of standard.
And did he comply with that?
He did.
What exit did he come out of?
At the front door.
Okay. Can you describe sort of his appearance and demeanor as you observed him coming out of the house?
His clothes were clean. He was calm, not emotional at all. Different than what I would have anticipated.
When he first exited, did you notice any injuries to him?
He was holding, it was a white rag at the time. It was just kind of red and white. He was holding on the back of his head.
When he first exited or later?
As he's coming out of the house.
Did you notice any difficulty walking or talking when you first had contact with him?
No.
Any difficulty sitting or standing?
No.
Did you learn the name of this person?
I did.
What was his name?
Alex Cox.
Did you observe him sweating at all when he first came out?
No.
Any type of jitters?
No.
Any uneven or broken voice as he's talking to you?
No.
At some point, did you notice an injury to him?
I did.
And where was it?
On the back of his head, towards his right side.
And what did you see?
I articulated my written report as about an inch laceration, a small like knot, and it was bleeding a little bit.
If we can fix that. Alex Cox patting or rubbing the back of his head with some sort of rag or paper towel?
Yes.
Without going into what was said, did you talk with him?
I did.
Did you offer him medical treatment?
I did.
Did he ask for medical treatment?
He did not.
Was there anything about his talking with you or actions that made you concerned that you thought you should override that?
Yes.
Let me make sure you understood. Was there anything about...
Have you ever seen the magic glasses that can see clearly without glasses? This glasses can not only see far away.
None.
At some point while you were talking with Alex Cox, did you see a female and a teenager show up at the scene?
I did.
And did you eventually go speak with those two?
I did.
Where did you speak with them?
Just on the other side of the street. They had parked right across from the house.
Did you speak with the adult female?
I did.
Did you ask for a driver's license to identify her?
I did.
And who was that person?
Lori Vallow.
Do you see Lori Vallow in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and tell us what she is wearing for the record?
She's at the defense table wearing a white shirt underneath looks like a black jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Shall.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, did you know that the deceased person in the house was her husband?
I did.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, did you ask her whether or not the individual inside her husband lived there?
I did not ask her that.
Can you describe for us Lori Vallow's demeanor as you were interacting with her?
Calm, nonchalant, just kind of a matter of fact, just talking to me as I'm talking to you now.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, can you tell us approximately how many police cars were parked around there?
Well, I don't know either myself. I know there was at least mine and Officer Wiz's. There's a fire truck there. I think there was an ambulance there, and I think there may have been another police car. I can't remember, but there was a lot of emergency vehicles just near the home itself.
And was her brother Alex Cox sitting sort of in view of her?
Literally across the street, like the desk of the prosecutor would be her car. This is the street, and I had Alex seated right on the sidewalk.
When she first arrived, did she actually walk up to where you were with Alex Cox?
Yes, she did.
And you asked her to go back to the other side of the street?
I did.
Did she ever ask you how her brother was doing?
No.
Did she ever ask you if her brother needed medical attention from being hit by a bat?
No.
Did she ever ask you why there were so many police cars around the neighborhood?
No.
Did she ask you why there was a fire truck parked in front of her house?
No.
So other than gathering basic information, did you really talk to her about anything else?
No.
And were you wearing that body-worn camera footage or camera when you had contact with her?
I did.
After you talked with Lori Vallow, did you go back and stand near Alex Cox again?
Yes.
If I can have my paralegal go up and show him exhibit number 1. Do you recognize exhibit number 1?
I do.
Is that a copy of your body cam footage from July 11th of 2019?
It is.
Is it missing the audio other than during your interaction with Lori Vallow?
Correct. Yes.
And did you initially identify that previously as your body cam?
I did.
State will move to admit exhibit number 1.
Any objection to exhibit number 1? Any
No
objection to
No objection.
exhibit 1's admitted?
And if we could publish it.
Go ahead.
So is this you responding to the scene?
Correct.
And was your camera flipped upside down initially?
Well, the camera wasn't, the orientation of the software was.
So that's why we see the axon and stuff in the bottom corner upside down.
That is correct.
So this was a gated community?
It was.
As you're driving, did you go by the fire truck here?
I did.
And is it standard for fire to stage a little ways away from the scene when it's a shooting?
Yes.
Why is that?
So they could respond quickly.
Do they want you to clear the residence first before they show up?
Yeah, it needs to be safe for the firemen. We had to make sure there's no one else in the house that was armed or in the area.
And as you're arriving, is the person, the shooter, still inside the house?
I can't recollect. I think he was at the door right now or just coming out to the door.
Why did you pull your weapon?
I was just told somebody killed somebody. So yeah, for my safety, I wanted to make sure I rendered him safe before I put my gun away. It was a threat to me.
So when he came out, he had both his hands up in the air.
Mhm.
So at that point, nothing touching his head yet, no.
Correct.
Now, did you stay out with him while Officer Worsbicky went inside?
I did.
While you're talking with him during this whole time, at this point, he still hasn't brought anything out to try to place on his injury.
Correct.
When he came out, did he already have those sunglasses on the top of his head?
He did.
Why did you have him move over here?
I actually physically couldn't hear him. Fire trucks are incredibly loud, so I had to move away.
So fire had already pulled up to now go inside the residence.
Correct.
And can you kind of see them in the corner going in?
Yes.
Did you learn whose truck that was in the driveway?
I don't recollect right now whose truck it is. I think it's his, but I'm not sure.
And who is that other officer there?
That's Officer Wizbeski. Sorry, I've been calling him Wiz since I've known him.
Shorter. Were you initially trying to control the scene yourself, sort of helping to tell people where to go and what to do?
Oh, absolutely. My head's on kind of a swivel. I'm always kind of looking around, like people just walk up to you and ask you what's going on, and got to make sure no one's going to walk up to the house. So you just try to keep it as pristine as you can.
So we see him putting his head now, or his hand on the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated there's a fire truck there. You asked him if he wanted any medical attention,
I did.
and he declined it.
He refused.
I can't stop buying new shades of this product. Thrive Cosmetics Brilliant Eye Brighteners come in over 15 shades.
So at this point, did you know the name of the individual inside the residence?
Yes.
And who was that?
Charles Vallow.
And did you at this point understand who that woman was that walked up?
Yes.
And who did you believe she was?
His wife.
Normally when someone is shot and killed, is there a team of detectives and crime scene specialists who will come out to handle the case?
Yes.
And are you, as patrol officers, sort of stuck with taking care of it until they arrive?
Yeah, we deal with the burning, bleeding, and blowing up stuff. Anything that takes time and a lot more in-depth stuff, that's what the detectives do.
And then what do we see here that just came up?
Looks like an ambulance.
You told us that you understood when you were arriving that this shooting had just happened. Do you recall at this point when the 911 call came in?
No, I don't remember specifics on the time. I think at 8:39 I was dispatched to it. And I would imagine the call for service came in a minute or two before that.
And approximately, do you recall how long it took you to get to the scene?
Probably 4 or 5 minutes.
We see more people walking up. Are you trying to stop the contamination of the scene by having more people walk in there?
Yes, I told the firemen kind of what was maybe in the house, and Officer Wiz was already in the house, and so we were just trying to control how many firemen went into the house.
So when you're the first on scene, are you trying to have the least number of people go in there as possible?
Yes.
Are you trying to not touch anything that's not necessary to be touched?
Correct, yes.
Obviously, if fire is going to work on a person, they're going to have to contaminate it somewhat.
Yes.
Is that when we sort of see fire now leaving?
I couldn't, just from recollection, I couldn't answer that.
We see something in Officer Becky's hand. Is that the crime scene tape?
Yes. We do a inner and then an outer perimeter.
Is it normal for a patrol officer to have to stay with the individual who is the shooter, ensure that no one else is contacting them?
Yes.
So you don't want any of the neighbors walking up to them?
Correct. At this moment, I'm still basically fact finding. I'm just trying to figure out what happened, when it happened, who was involved, kind of thing. And yeah, I try to keep them separate.
At some point, do sergeants and others start arriving on scene?
Yes, that's my Sergeant Nacella.
When you have a scene like this where detectives are going to be called out, do all the different patrol officers provide their information that could be relevant to one person who can then brief the detectives?
Yes, I briefed my supervisor to let him know from my point of view what I know and what I was told. And then at some point, I think he would disseminate that to the detectives.
Okay. So is this you kind of telling him at this point what you've learned?
Yes.
And can we also see what the body camera looks like on the shoulder there?
Yes, he has the same type.
What made you decide that you needed to go over and talk to Lori Vallow?
Again, it's fact finding, really. It's who are you? And when I say who, I always like to identify them by their Arizona driver's license, because although my name is Robert, I go by Rob. So I don't want to assume her name is just Lori. It could be something specifically or longer. So I usually ask people for identification.
And that's so you can put that into your report appropriately.
Correct.
So we saw the ambulance leave. That means they didn't transport him.
Correct.
Did you learn that you actually couldn't cordon off this area the way you had initially thought because there was only one way out?
That is correct. We initially, as you can see, cordoned off part of the road so anybody couldn't just drive up to us. We later learned that's the only way that part of the neighborhood could actually exit the neighborhood. So we had to change the tape a little bit.
And then we see fire leave here as well. So now it's just police basically at the scene.
Police and I think a crime scene technician.
And are you still the only person responsible for making sure that no one is talking with Alex Cox?
I am.
Okay.
Is this where you go over to speak with Ms. Vallow?
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
You could turn up the volume.
Do you have a driver's license? Thank you. O-R-I. What does your middle initial stand for? Noreen. N-O. V-A-L-L. What's a phone number for you, Lori? 755? 5452. Not in Santan, this is your home? Right. Gotcha. Right. Okay. Gotcha. How long have you guys lived here? How long have you lived here? Like 3 weeks. Oh, geez. Yeah, okay. That's why the neighbors took the last time. Gotcha. Like, hi neighbor, sorry. Are you working at all? No. Okay. And you're still about 5'6", 120?
Did you also get biographical information?
I did.
Was that Tylee Ryan?
It was.
Let's stop it now. After you had talked with Alex Cox and Lori Vallow, did you go brief some of the detectives about?
Have you ever seen the magic glasses that can see clearly without glasses? This glasses can not only see far away, but also see near. This smart zoom glasses from Japan are really great. No need to wear lenses. The degree can be used from 100 degrees.
Believe that.
Well, I was under the understanding that this just happened. She just arrived back on scene, and I did not advise her of what happened in the house.
When you spoke with Alex Cox, did he provide additional information that made you believe that she was not present when the shooting happened?
Yes.
After you advised the detectives of this, did you then return and remain with Alex Cox and for a significant additional period of time?
Yes.
Were you eventually asked to transport him to the police station?
I was.
Can you describe his demeanor during the transport?
Calm, Didn't ask, we just talked about things not related to this at all, just a conversation between like me and you, just normal, average tone, calm.
And did you stay with him at the police station until a detective arrived?
Yes,
Did that end your involvement in this case?
it did.
I have no further questions.
All right.
Sorry about that. I was trying to fix the echo on my end. I'm getting right back there. Sorry.
Also, you were advised that he had told the 911 operator that he composed himself and then called 911. Is that correct?
I don't remember the compose himself, but I think he did.
But you stated in your report that Alex was very calm throughout the entire time talking with him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the scene itself, was it chaotic?
No,
Were people running around screaming?
no,
Were people running in and out of the front door?
no.
So were the officers calm?
It was just me and another officer.
Were you calm?
Yes,
Was the other officer calm?
he was.
Were the detectives calm?
They were.
Was the fire department calm?
I didn't interact with him very much. I couldn't answer that.
Your friend the Wiz was calm?
Yes, the other officer, yes.
So when I arrived at the scene, things were pretty calm.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Oh, yes, you were calm.
No, I'm saying when I arrived at the scene itself was calm environment.
It was.
Okay. So if I would have been hysterical, that would have been more out of character than if I was calm when everybody else was being calm. Isn't that
Objection,
correct?
Speculation.
Sustained.
So you said that Alex was calm and was holding a towel in his right hand and holding it up to the back of his head. Is that correct?
He did.
And you said, oh, sorry, it's in my other note. Just now that his head had a 1-inch laceration. Is that correct?
Yes,
That's like a cut down his head. 1
It
inch?
is.
Okay. And you said a small knot.
I did.
Is that correct? Okay. And so, and that it was bleeding a little. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And so a small knot is what you declared it, but would you not call it a goose egg?
tomato, tomato.
Okay. Did Alex ask for medical treatment?
He did not.
How many times did you ask him if he needed medical treatment?
I think 3 times.
Okay. And there was EMS right there next to you?
Yes,
So an EMS person could have just come over and checked the back of his head pretty easily, yeah?
yes,
Yes. But no one asked anybody to do that. Correct?
correct.
Okay. And he didn't seem disoriented to you at all?
No,
So you didn't think he needed any kind of medical attention at the time?
no.
Next to you.
Yes,
Okay. That's another thing that you said, calm and nonchalant. Is that correct? You
Yes.
stated that Alex was nonchalant. What is your definition of nonchalant?
Kind of like how I am now. I don't have a lot of emotion. I'm not afraid. Just nonchalant.
Is that your typical demeanor?
I guess it depends on the situation and the circumstance.
I mean, this can be a stressful situation, right? So it's your demeanor right now.
It is.
Testifying in court can be a stressful situation.
I guess it can be.
So if that was Alex's normal demeanor, then it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be nonchalant.
Objection, speculation.
I'll allow it. I'll allow the answer. He doesn't know the demeanor, but you can answer.
Can you ask the question again?
Yeah, so if Alex's normal demeanor was like your normal demeanor, and even in a stressful situation, if he was nonchalant, it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be nonchalant again, because that's his normal demeanor. Correct?
The compound question.
I'll sustain that objection.
You mentioned that I had parked across the street. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why did I have to park across the street?
I don't know.
So we saw on the body cam, right, that there was a huge fire truck, correct?
Yes.
There was police cars, correct?
Yes.
There was a CSI van, correct?
She was parked somewhere. I don't know where.
Next to the house, kind of, I guess, south of the house. So there was nowhere to park except for across the street. Is that correct?
No,
That's not correct?
that is not correct.
Where else could I have parked?
Well, the street's long. You could have parked anywhere along the street. You could have parked on the other street. That's where I parked. Or you could park on the other side of the street, south of the home, where there was plenty of parking. So there was other options to park.
But I parked as close as I could to the scene so that I could come talk to you. Is that correct?
Speculation, testifying.
Sustain.
So we can agree that there were lots of police vehicles blocking the house. Is that correct?
Emergency vehicles.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, emergency, police, fire, CSI, all were there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But even though all of those things are there, the scene was not chaotic. Is that correct?
Correct.
It was a very calm scene that day.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustain.
Do you know how hot it was that day?
No, but it was hot.
It was hot. Oh, that's what I was going to ask you. What was the extent of your duties that day? I know that you had arrived on the scene. You said dispatched was about 8:39 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then it took you about 4 to 5 minutes to arrive.
Yes.
And then you were the first on the scene.
No.
No. Who was the first on the scene? Do you know?
Wiz was.
Oh, that's correct. And then who arrived? How long after he arrived did you arrive? Do you know?
Oh, I was like seconds.
Okay.
Maybe 10, 15 seconds.
And then you were right there when Alex came out of the house?
I was.
And you were with him basically that whole time till he
Yes.
got into the police car?
Yes,
And then did you drive him to the station?
I did.
So you were in the car with him the whole time?
Yes.
So you really never didn't have eyes on Alex from the time he came out of the house till the time he got to the police station?
Correct.
Okay. And did you have a conversation on the way to the police station?
I did.
You did. And that's the second body cam we didn't watch, is that correct? That has your name on it?
Yeah, there's another body worn camera we haven't seen.
Right, from the police car, I'm saying.
Yes, me driving.
You driving, but it comes from the car, not from the shoulder body cam, is that correct?
No, it comes from my body
Oh, it was
worn
still
camera.
on your shoulder?
Yes.
Okay. And in that, Did you have a conversation with Alex on the way to the police station?
Yes.
Objection asked and answered.
And did he
Hold on.
express?
Hold on. When
Sorry?
there's an objection.
I'm sorry.
Wait for the ruling. I'll sustain the objection, but the answer will stand nonetheless. Go ahead. Next question.
Did he express to you that he kind of fell out of it because he hit?
Hearsay.
Sustain.
When did you make your report about the incident on July 11th, 2019?
I think what was the end of my workday that day, but I stopped and started it numerous times throughout the day.
So did you finish it that day or it still took a few days?
No, I finished at the end of my shift,
By the end of your shift, which was what time that day?
4 o'clock.
Okay. And did you make any revisions to that later on?
No,
So this is the only report that you made in regards to the day of July 11th, 2019?
it is.
You stated that there was red liquid on the rag towel that appeared to be blood. Did you think it was something other than blood?
Well, I had no way to test it, so I have to articulate that way.
So he was bleeding from the back of the head
He was.
on the right-hand side.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And then was it you on the body cam who briefed the detectives, Detective Moffett and Detective Inklin in the front yard?
Yes, I made contact with him. Yes.
And then you had told them basically what Alex had conveyed to you, what happened?
Yes.
And then what do they do with that information? Do they just put it into a report?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them.
Okay. So your report goes to who after you're finished with it?
I sent it to my supervisor.
And who was that at the time? Do you remember?
That was Bill Nacella.
Oh, the same one.
Sergeant,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. And then did you speak to the case agent on this case regarding this incident on July 11th?
I did at the time. That's when I walked up to them at the front door area.
Okay. And was Detective Moffett the case agent at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And now it's Detective Duncan, as far as you know?
As far as I know, I don't know for sure, but that's what I've been told.
Okay. And how long do you think that you were at the residence? What was the whole time before you guys left to go to the police station? Do you remember? Do you recall?
No, I do not. It would be in my CAD history on when I transported him from the home to the PD. So I'd have to look at that, and I don't know. 40 minutes, half hour, 40 minutes, something like that.
Now, someone on the video, and I don't remember who it was, but put a phone into a evidence bag. Was that you?
I don't recollect that.
Okay. And then got into the car. Did someone ride with you to the police station from the residence? Just you and Alex were in the car?
Yes,
No other officers?
correct.
But before you got into the car, an officer came over and took his phone and put it in an evidence bag?
You're asking me for recollection. I don't remember that. It's probable because we usually try to bring their property to the area where we're going to. So it's probable.
I just didn't see it in your report, but I saw it on the body cam, so I wondered if you knew. Okay.
I'm going to object to the defendant testifying.
All right. Please only ask questions.
Sure.
When you make statements about what you saw or heard, that's testimony.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So it says in your report that you were asked by Detective Moffett to transport Alex to the police station, not handcuffed. Is that correct?
Yes,
And to the downstairs interview room. I'm assuming that's at Chandler Police Department,
it is.
correct? Okay. And it was just the two of you in the car on the ride there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then when you arrived at the police station, what happened next?
Walked him up to the room, had him sit down, or I think brought him some water, I think. And the detective was literally behind me. It wasn't very long before he walked into the room.
So then Detective Moffett took over and you were excused?
Yes,
Okay. And then was that the extent of your duty
it was.
at that time? And did you leave the police station after that?
Yes.
Did you stay and observe the interview?
No.
So Detective Moffett took over for you and you departed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You said when you spoke to Alex that he was cooperative. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it possible he could have been in shock?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Abused and neglected children in foster care need your help. They need someone to listen, to cheer them on.
We're not muted. Nope. It's not even paused. He's just waiting. Oh, sorry.
From your observation, how long did
was
the
pause.
cut on Alex's head bleed? I mean, you were with him for that 40 minutes, and how long do you think it was bleeding?
Well, I couldn't answer that because I wasn't standing in the back of his head when I first made contact with him. So to be honest with you, I don't know when it started. So I don't have the minutes.
Did it appear to be bleeding when he exited the house or no?
I didn't look at the back of his head right away when he exited the house.
When was the first time that you looked at it? About how long after he exited?
I can't answer time-wise, but it was during the time I had him seated at the sidewalk when I was talking to him.
Okay. Before he moved over or after?
Oh, after he moved over.
Okay. Did you ever enter into the house?
No.
You were just there in the front yard
Yes.
the whole time? Okay. When you talked to the two detectives in the front yard, and gave them your synopsis of what had happened. You said they got into a domestic fight consisted.
Objection.
Sorry,
I'm going to sustain the objection.
what was the legal objection?
Hearsay.
Hearsay.
Oh, I was just reading his report. Okay.
Then objection, no question.
Please ask your next question.
You said in your report that at one point Alex's niece grabbed the bat.
Objection.
Hold on.
Hearsay.
That's
Improper
hearsay.
question.
Okay, you can't ask hearsay. Please ask your next question.
Did Alex tell you that he got hit in the head with the bat?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay prior ruling.
Yeah, it's sustained. You can't ask questions of what Alex said.
So you observed that he had this bump on his head, but you didn't know how he got it. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
You did know how he got it. Is that correct?
I was told how he got it, which is different than me knowing how he got it, if that makes any sense.
Correct. You did not witness it, is what you're saying.
Correct.
But you knew that he had an injury to the back of his head on the right side.
I did.
Correct. Okay. And how did you obtain that information?
Your Honor.
You can't answer if it calls for hearsay.
Did you observe the next door neighbor come out in her nightgown to speak to me?
I did.
And then there was another neighbor on the other side that came out that you told him to go back into his house? Is that
I don't know if he was
correct?
a neighbor, but it was just some guy. Yeah, I assumed he was a neighbor.
Right. So they had blocked off the street so the neighbors couldn't really exit the neighborhood. They couldn't go to school or work, or it's kind of an issue there.
Not really. I mean, when one car told us the layout of the neighborhood, then we realized that was the only person that wanted to exit. They told us they couldn't exit, so we just fixed it so anyone else could leave.
Right. But they were trying to come up to me to find out what was happening.
Objection,
Okay.
speculation, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Let's take our afternoon break for the staff and the jurors. We're going to take a 15-minute stretch restroom break. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Juror 15. Juror 15. Is that your phone?
So that was painful. Wow. I think that the judge is being very gracious, as are the prosecutors with her. So we'll see. The start of this is making me think this is going to be one long trial. And also the start of this is making me think her counsel will be seeing them during this, I hope. So, but she has nothing to lose, remember. She's already got 3 life sentences without the possibility of parole. Yes. Now, Christina, didn't they say, I thought, you mean that's not like a caveat for If you represent yourself, you can't make an appeal for ineffective counsel. It should be, right? Oh, I hope not. I hope not. Well, get your snacks, your beverages, fill up your water bottles, let your doggies out. We've got 15 minutes. I will be right back.
Confluence presents a love story about this team's program manager and his AI partner.
They're still muted. Oh, Texas. Okay. Maybe they're in Texas. Texas has a lot of land mass as well. Thank you, Robin. Please hit the like button if you're willing. They're still on their short break.
Just a couple more things. You mentioned that you briefed the detectives. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what did you tell them in that briefing?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Are his statements hearsay as well, Your Honor?
Any out of court statement is hearsay unless there's an exception under, or it's non-hearsay under the rules. So yes, his out of court statements are hearsay. Go ahead.
But you did brief the detectives before you headed to the police station? Is that correct?
I did.
And who was there? Do you remember?
Nate Moffett, Cassie, I think my
Is that
sergeant.
Detective Inklin? I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt you.
No.
Oh,
And just off recollection, I think there was another one, but off of recollection, I don't remember.
and that was about how long before you left to go to the police station?
Ten minutes, maybe.
And how long do you think you were speaking with them?
Under a minute.
Under a minute
Yes.
for the briefing?
Yes.
Did you meet with the prosecutor to go over your testimony today?
I did.
When was that?
2 weeks ago, maybe.
How long did that meeting last?
Probably around an hour total.
Did you review this report before you came to testify today as well?
I did.
It was not part of your duty to check anything in the perimeter. You weren't looking for evidence. You were just dealing with the shooter. Is that correct?
Well, not just the shooter, but scene management, making sure the resources were en route. But yes, managed.
What all does that entail, scene management?
Well, once we knew there was not a threat out, I instructed Officer Wiz to set up an inner and outer perimeter with crime scene tape.
What else?
Make sure I had a supervisor en route, and then manage the people that walked up to the scene.
Who was that supervisor en route? Do you know?
Bill Nacella, my sergeant.
How many people do you think came up to you at that scene?
Well, not up to me, but I instructed one gentleman that was walking on the sidewalk towards us. He needed to just leave the area. This didn't concern him. And then you and your daughter walked up to me, and I just asked you to go back to your car.
Did you have any conversations with your supervisor when he arrived?
I did.
When was that?
At some point between me arriving on scene and me leaving the scene.
Closer to arriving or closer to leaving? Maybe.
Chocolate milkshake says about halftime.
Okay. How long do you think that conversation was?
Well, you saw it on the body worn camera, so a minute and a half maybe.
And he was just checking in with you to make sure everything was going well, that you were scene managing. Is that correct?
Objection, relevance, and hearsay.
Overruled, he can answer.
I was briefing him on what I knew thus far, what I was told.
And that was less than a minute?
Yeah.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So it took less than a minute to brief him on everything that had happened that day so far?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
And it took less than a minute to brief the detectives as well of what happened that day?
An objection, asked and answered.
I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
Not what happened, what my portion was and what I knew happened.
So what you wrote in your report, basically, what you were told. Is that correct?
Yes.
So it took you 3 pages to write what you were told, but it took you less than a minute.
When it's been a long time since last time, it's bro time. Call 800-4-COIT or visit.
Yes.
Okay. How long was that transport from the residence to the Chandler Police Department?
In miles, probably 8 miles, 10 miles maybe.
How long do you think that took around?
10 to 15 minutes maybe.
And then where did you enter into the police station? Is there a garage or something?
I don't recollect where I parked. There's various areas you can park at the police department to access the area that I access. So I'm unable to answer. I don't know where I parked.
Okay, and you were able to walk Alex into the police station, is that correct?
Yes,
And he was unhandcuffed, is that correct?
correct.
And then you took him into an interrogation room, is that correct?
Yes,
And then Detective Moffett took over.
yes.
Just wanted to be clear. Okay. Did your supervisor, Nacella, did he come to the police station as well?
Not with me, nor did I talk to him. He might have, but I don't know.
You didn't see him there?
Correct.
Okay. But did you saw Detective Moffett there?
Yes.
And you saw Detective Inkland there?
I don't remember Inkland. I just remember Moffett relieved me.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right. Redirect.
Thank you. The beginning of cross-examination, you were asked about Alex Cox's demeanor. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you had advised that he was nonchalant and calm, right?
Yes,
And you were asked whether or not you were nonchalant and calm too, correct?
yes,
Had you just shot someone?
No,
You were asked if the firefighters were calm and nonchalant. Had they just shot someone?
as far as I know, no.
How about Officer Wiz? You said he was nonchalant and calm too. Had he just shot anyone?
No,
So it's not really exactly the same to compare you to the shooter, right?
correct. I would not compare us.
When you went up to the scene, you had your gun drawn on him, correct?
Yes,
Still nonchalant and calm?
yes,
You were asked a lot also about your nonchalant and calm appearance today in court. Are you stressed or just answering questions to the best of your knowledge?
the latter, just answering questions to the best of my knowledge.
You had to testify before?
I have.
You were asked about the injury to Alex Cox. We have seen the body-worn camera footage and we cut it off at some point. When Mr. Cox first came out of the house, he did not have his hand to his head, correct?
Correct,
You told us you didn't notice an injury at that point.
correct.
When he first sat down on the curb before you moved him, did you notice an injury at that point?
I did not.
Was he touching his head at that point?
Recollection, I don't remember.
At some point in the video that we watched, did we see Alex Cox touch his head?
Yes,
When you were watching him, did you at times see him rubbing his head?
yes,
The towel or paper towel or whatever that was in his hand, was that the only item you ever saw him using to rub or touch his head?
yes,
Was it soaked or saturated in blood?
no,
Can we see it on the body cam that it's mostly white?
yes,
So if we want to really know how long it was that he was seated before he touched his head, we could watch the time on the body cam, right?
yes,
You were asked if you met with the prosecutor previously. When we met, did you have to watch that entire body cam?
yes,
And is that when you actually initialed it, exhibit number 1 there, so that you would recognize it in court?
yes,
You were asked about when you arrived and when you later transported Alex Cox to the precinct. Would looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when you had at least taken him to the precinct?
yes.
If I could have my paralegal bring up the CAD report.
Go ahead.
Does that help refresh your recollection as to when you arrived back at the precinct with Alex Cox?
It does.
And when was that?
9:18 and 19 seconds.
And so the 911 call was at 8:36 a.m.?
That's when I received it. It could have come into the dispatch a few minutes earlier.
And you said you arrived, and we saw you on the body cam right after Officer Where's Biggie, who got here around, or got there around 8:41?
Yes,
So you were with Alex Cox at the scene and talking to Lori Vallow and her daughter and doing those briefings in that 20, 30 minutes?
Yes.
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, I see at least one juror question in a bin. If there are any juror questions, please pass them down at this time. Go ahead, the state has a follow-up question.
Just one question, and I don't know if the CAD will help you answer that. Do you know when you were finished with this call? What time it was when you were finished or released from this call and able to go back out?
It was probably 5 minutes after, maybe 10, probably 10 minutes. I probably used the restroom, to be honest with you, and got something to drink at the station, water. So maybe 10 or 15 minutes after the detective came in the room is when I hit the 10-8 button and I went and took other calls for service.
Okay, so you were done with this call before the end of your shift?
Oh, yes.
Okay, you didn't go back to the scene to help with scene security or anything like that?
No.
No other questions?
Did the defendant have any follow-up?
No, we're fine, Your Honor.
All right, this witness can step down. You want to hand me that? Thank you. All right. You can call your next witness. Podium here and be sworn in by my clerk.
Can you spell your name for the record?
Scott, S-C-O-T-T,
Please raise your right hand. Solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth will help you God.
All right, you're gonna come up this little ramp, have a seat right here.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Scott Cowden,
And where do you work?
Chandler Fire Department,
How long have you worked there?
almost 26 years.
And talk to you a little bit about what firefighters do. Do you just respond to fires, or are you also responsible for something else?
No, the majority of our job is going to be EMS medical calls.
What kind of training do you have to work as a firefighter and deal with medical calls?
When you're hired, you're going to go through an academy that will certify you as a state firefighter. Typically, you're going to already be certified as an EMT. And then during the course of your career, I went to paramedic school and graduated from that in probably 2007.
Can you tell us what the difference is between a paramedic and an EMT?
EMT would just be kind of the more basic kind of entry level position. Paramedic is more advanced, so you have more advanced training. There's more advanced skills that you could perform. Some of our equipment would only be able to be used and utilized and performed by a paramedic.
As both a EMT or a paramedic, are you trained to perform CPR?
Yes.
And can you tell us, have you ever been a CPR instructor yourself?
Yes, I was a CPR instructor for probably over 12 years.
Was that for other firefighters?
I was certified through American Heart Association, a contract employee with Dignity Health. They have a variety of different classes that could be for just the lay rescuer, lay person that wants to know how to do CPR. They have classes that might be for certain businesses that want their employees. And then there's healthcare provider classes that it could be firefighters, nurses that are attending to be recertified. Every 2 years, you have to have that certification recertified.
Can you tell us what CPR is?
It stands for cardiopulmonary resuscitation. So you're kind of acting as the heart. The heart has stopped beating, so no blood is flowing through the body. You're doing chest compressions on the chest, and you're pumping and pushing that blood to the body.
When would you give CPR to a person?
If they don't have a pulse, you confirm that just by checking for a pulse, and you don't feel that. The heart isn't beating, and you would need to start chest compressions.
What is the point of that, of doing those chest compressions? You said moving the blood through the body. Why?
You're trying to, give them a chance, increase their chance of survival. I don't know what maybe the latest numbers and statistics might say, but in the past, I've seen it say that if somebody's starts CPR within the first few minutes, they can double or triple their chances of surviving.
When you are called to a scene, are you guys being given updates by the 911 operator to your dispatch so you know what to expect?
Yeah, so you get dispatched and you already have an idea of the type of call, and then en route we call it PTI, and that will come across the computer screen. And so now you have more information of what you're kind of walking into, so you can kind of game plan it a little bit more.
If somebody calls 911 and doesn't know how to do CPR, what happens?
My understanding is that 911 would talk them through that and give them instructions of what to do.
Okay. When you are giving CPR, you talked about chest compressions. Can you talk to us about, is there any physical identification that you might observe on a person who has had CPR chest compressions?
That I might see
After a person has been given chest compressions?
Yes. So you need to perform it in the right location. So it's the lower half of the sternum or breastbone. To kind of find that, it's more helpful if you can see the skin, maybe lift up the shirt. So that's typically something we're going to want to do. If CPR has been done and it's been done effectively enough, you can see almost like a depression or an impression that is left there on the skin, because you need to do it forceful enough and deep enough that you're actually compressing the heart to push the blood.
So you said you might see a depression. Does that not just pop right back out when you stop?
No, you'll still see it. You'll see it like if you stop CPR during the call for whatever reason that it might be appropriate, and then you go back to resuming CPR, you'll see where your hands were. That area can be vulnerable to breaking. Ribs can break during CPR, so there's typically depression in the chest.
Do you ever actually hear anything when you are giving someone chest compressions?
I for sure feel it. I don't know if it's audible enough to hear it, especially with maybe the rest of the commotion that's going on, but you definitely feel that crunch or that crack. I kind of compare it to like if you're cracking your knuckles in your hands or something, your fingers. It kind of feels like something like that, but more extreme, I guess.
And this is something that you have felt multiple times in doing CPR?
Yes, and teaching CPR, you want to forewarn people of that too, that to kind of expect that and not necessarily kind of be alarmed. You don't want them to think they've caused more harm necessarily.
Does that crack or crunch occur each time you restart CPR in the same patient?
No, it's typically just the first couple of times.
Have you previously performed CPR on a person who was shot?
I'm sure I probably have.
Well, I guess they ended. They just went right out, didn't they? Let me see what they're doing. I guess they were supposed to end at 4:30, so I guess they just stopped the stream. There we go. See what's going on. Camera person fell asleep. Just kidding. Let's make sure they're not having some difficulty. Hi, Austin. We will be here again 1:30 Eastern time tomorrow, which is about 30 minutes before they allow us to start streaming the trial. And we will tomorrow. This morning we watched the body cam of Charles Vallow letting police know he's worried about his children at the house, and they kicked the door in for him and things. Very sad interview. He was very concerned. And that tomorrow beforehand, before the trial, pre-game show, we will watch Tylee, rest in peace, sweet girl, and Lori Vallow being interviewed by police after, yes, I do, Christina, a little bit more, 2.5, after Charles is shot. So that'll be sad to watch, I believe. So I will see you here tomorrow at that time. Thank you so much for being here. It is so nice, Christina. We go back so early in July to have a long spring break and add like a week for Thanksgiving and a longer Christmas because it's so hot in the summer anyway. Thank you all for being here. See you tomorrow. We'll watch that body cam of when Charles was shot with Alex Cox, and then the interview with Tylee, rest in peace, and Lori after he was shot. So thank you for being here, and I will see you all tomorrow. Have a great evening. Talk soon. And thank you for being here today.